Damn, almost. Hello. Hello. How are you? Hi, Tamaz. Hi, Tiff. Hi, Pisani. Hi, Press. Hi, ourselves. Is that how you say your name? I'm sorry. Hello. Hi, Onyx. Hi, Merp. Hi, Kaisa. How are you doing? Welcome. Oh my gosh. Who's this? Oh my goodness. Who am I? Where am I? What? I feel like I'm so underprepared. I have been fermenting for the past week. You love this spoopy vibe? Thank you. I was like, why not be spoopy this month? Why not be spoopy? If you can be a little spooky, why not be? I don't have a spooky setup for the art stuff though, unfortunately. for the game dev stuff, for the art stuff, I don't have a spooky. We're gonna go back to regular. But that's okay. We could do something. But we'll see how it goes. But yes, I have returned. I was sick for a little bit there. I'm still kind of like, you might be able to hear it in my voice. I don't know. I feel like I was like just sick, like not a couple of weeks ago, and then now I'm sick again. You know, it happens. Yeah. So I've been like kind of better since Wednesday, but I wanted to give it an extra day because I've been doing this thing called going to bed on time. Amazing, I know. Amazing. Who does that? That's crazy. That's stupid. That's what? Who? You gotta be kidding me. What is that exactly? Fasani knows. What is going to bed on time? I've been going to bed real early. I've been going to bed at like 9 o'clock. Which is like, who goes to bed at 9 o'clock? Old people and children. Oh, yeah. Dude, if you want to drop it in the Discord, that's a lot more permanent than dropping it here. But you can drop it here for the people who are interested too. Or grandmas. Yeah. Well, I feel like grandmas go to bed real early, like 8 o'clock. I feel, yeah, and like probably children too, actually. They go to bed even more early than 9 o'clock. But I was quite enjoying it because I was getting like 8 to 10 hours of sleep, which is like, it's good. If you can sleep for like 10 hours, do it. Because it's good. That's some good stuff. Makes you feel real nice. But I wanted to give like my voice a little bit more time to recover because I had like this, you know when the back of your throat feels like hot? I don't know how else to describe it. It's like you got that feeling in the back of your throat where it's like it doesn't feel good. Thanks for the head pats. So I had that, and then I was like, I'm just gonna give it like an extra day. And Friday is date night, right? So I skipped Thursday, then Friday was date night, and now it's Saturday. So I'm here now. And I literally was like today, I was like, well, what can I do? What can I do on the comeback to like, I don't know, like jazz it up a little bit to make it a little bit special? And I was like, why don't we get started? Why don't we get started, chat? I've had this idea in my head for a little while, and you're gonna hear me clear my throat like 10 million times, by the way. I do apologize in advance. But I've had this idea in my head for a little while, where instead of a lore video, right? What if instead we did video game? Right? Because a lore video takes a lot of, you know, to get it to the standard that I would want, would take a lot of like illustrations, and I'm not very good at backgrounds, and it would kind of take a lot, right? And if I wasn't doing the majority of it, it would take a lot of money. And I was like, wait, hang on, I can do other stuff, right? I can do video game stuff. So why don't we do video game stuff? And I was like, wait, I can just get chat on board. And we can do video game stuff together. And I can like teach them some stuff. Because I think the big thing about video games for a lot of people, especially like indie games and like small projects, right, is that a lot of people are very intimidated by the beginning process, right? Because it looks like a lot, and it is, but I don't think it's quite as much as some people think it is. Do you know what I mean? You played a test play of a fan Kingdom Hearts like game? Oh, what? Wait, it might be. I might know of it. Is it like a mod or like a new one? Hi Merv, thank you for the biddies. So cozy. I'm gonna cough 10 million times too. I am sorry. But yeah, I was like, why not get chat involved and we can do like a little what do you call it? Almost like a game jam, right? But this is I'm gonna warn you in advance. This is gonna take a while to complete this. This is not a we're gonna do this today thing. This is a we're gonna get this started today, and then we'll kind of see how it goes. A full in-developed original game inspired in Kingdom Hearts. Ooh, interesting. I saw a thing today that was like somebody showing off the 0.2 second parry that you have to do on one of the Sephiroth fights, and I want to say Kingdom Hearts 2. But I could be wrong. Could be Kingdom Hearts 1. Because I think you fight him in both, right? It's been a while. It's been like 15 years, chat. It's been like 15 years since I last played a Kingdom Hearts game. Oh my goodness. Oh my damn. But yeah, so like, for those of you who are new, hello. I have a background in game design. I have a primarily background in art. I went to university for video game art and animation. My day job is 3D animator for video games specifically, but also for like whatever. Hi J Sizzle, how are you? Welcome in. If one of the mods is in chat, can we get a shout out for J Sizzle, please? So that's like kind of where my background is. I have worked on AAA titles. You have probably played a game that I have worked on. It is entirely possible that you have played a game that I have worked on. J Sizzle isn't real. Oh my gosh. Imagine. Hi Chai, welcome in. How are you doing? Very possible. It's incredibly possible. If you are a fan of, let's just say if you're a fan of first-person shooters, like story-style first-person shooters, you've probably played this game. If you're a fan of like indie games, you may have also played a couple of games. Anyway, I've been doing this for a while. Actually, I first started in doing game stuff when I was like 15. I was still in high school. My high school had a game design class, which is insane because I went to a tiny little, like my high school also had a farm on it, okay? Because it was in the middle of nowhere in Australia. The school had a total of 150 children in it, which is not a lot. But yeah, I've been doing game design stuff for a while, and then I went to university for art and animation and stuff. You have horse hitches too? No, we didn't have horse hitches. However, I did once ride one of our horses to school in primary school. I couldn't do that in high school because the high school was on a highway. Like it was like right next to a highway. Yeah, just you, Fasani. That is cool though. That is really cool. Very, very much a similar vibe, I feel like. I just went to a game development convention and it was so fun to connect with them indie devs. Oh man, indie devs are the best because they still have the light behind their eyes. You can still see the passion in their faces when they talk to you. And I say that in a very caring way. Yeah, no, the government does give money to projects like that, but I think it was mostly led by, there was a teacher at my school who was, I think he was like a math teacher. And he basically spearheaded the whole thing. He did the curriculum, he did the, like, the sourcing for the funding and stuff. He taught the class. Like, he basically took care of the whole thing. Which was really awesome because I actually came out of high school with a, like a minor degree already. You know what I mean? And that was like a big help when I applied to university. I was like, look, I can do this stuff. I have already I have a piece of paper that says I can do these things. Okay, Fasani, no worries. Good luck rearranging your desk. I have to do that, and I've been postponing it for a hot minute. Maybe a couple of months. Stop looking at me. Do not perceive me, please. Yeah, what else? I'm married to a game designer also. My husband works in game design specifically. And I don't know. I've been in a few game jams where I've been like the project lead. I was also working on my own visual novel before I started VTubing. That's what I was doing. And it was kind of a Tumblr, well, a Tumblr? It was kind of a tumble of events, rather, where I was like working on my game. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna work on my game, and then it's gonna look really good on my resume. It's gonna be awesome. And then we kind of had like a little bit of a financial hiccup, a little bit of a financial crisis, and I was like, oh, I should do something a little bit more financially responsible. Because I'm still applying to these jobs and stuff and still not getting any hits. So I was like, well, I'll like sell my art and stuff, right? I'll like go on Twitter and I'll like make a portfolio and I'll like sell my art and stuff. And so I started doing that, and I was like, wait, hang on, I could do that and be a VTuber. I could have like a whole branding thing. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna do that. And then I started doing that, and then the financial crisis was over. And there was no financial crisis anymore. So it was kind of like, okay, well, I'm doing this now. And then literally this morning I woke up and I was like, wait a minute, what if I could do both? What if I could do both? So that's what we're doing today, chat. Also, there's a game that came out. Hang on, let me see. There's a game that came out, I think it came out literally yesterday. October 24th. No, it came out 2 days ago, sorry. Called Windblown, which is kind of like it's like a roguelike kind of Hades situation. And if we are kind of slowing down on the game dev stuff today, if we're kind of like running out of actionable tasks, thank you for the beans. If we're running out of actionable tasks, we can then go play that for a bit, maybe. Oh, cool, Kaiser. Cool. Beans, yes, beans. And lollipops now. I have access to lollipops, but I'm gonna try not to eat them on stream. I'm gonna try not to do that. Wah! Not the Bean Boozle! Oh my gosh, Laura, thank you. Do you have a preference for bean color? Hi. Do you have a preference for bean color, or is it just random bean that you want? I don't have any blue beans left. I will say that much. You don't even know it. Oh my gosh. Okay. So, a Bean Boozle is, Jelly Belly kindly put out these, like, I want to say they're like prank beans, right? They're jelly beans, but they're kind of like a Birdie Bots every flavor bean kind of situation, where there's like good flavors and then there's bad flavors, and you can't tell until you put it in your mouth. Yeah, so there's brown, red, yellow, orange, speckled, green, like birthday party, I'm gonna say like Tutti Frutti and a different kind of orange. There are yellow ones. Yes, the yellow ones are either gonna be rotten egg or buttered popcorn. I'll see if I can fish one. We're talking about the bad beans. We ain't got them good beans. We've only got bad beans. Come on, give me one. Oh my god, if I'm out of yellow beans as well, I'm gonna scream. Oh. No, that's a birthday cake one. Come on, give me one. What's with all these birthday cake ones? What's a pink one? Ah! Hi, Tiff. Oh my god, I'm like, every time now I'm having to spill out all these beans. I should just stop asking people what bean they want. Oh, I got one. Okay, thank goodness. I only had to spill out like 30 beans. This is bean ASMR now, okay? I'm sorry. Okay, there we go. Okay, pray chat. The most popular Bean Boozled flavor is Tutti Frutti or Stinky Salt. Really? I would not have thought that. That's interesting. Interesting. Buttered popcorn for a candy. Yeah, no, the buttered popcorn ones are nice. Because it actually tastes like what it's supposed to taste like. Can we do a... what is it called when you can pick between the two things? What is that called? It's not a poll, is it? It's the other one. Prediction? Yeah, prediction. Hang on. Prediction. Okay. We'll do a good bean, bad bean. Good bean, bad bean. Submission period, 5 minutes. I hate this window though. This window sucks. Alright. Got it. Prediction started. Let's go. All in on bad bean. I think it's like 75% bad beans to like, you know, like not a lot of good beans. I want to say. It just sucks that I can't also predict because I would like to predict. Yeah. So not a lot has been happening with me this week. I've mostly been sick. Yeah. I think after we do this bean, we're gonna go into the actual I'm gonna do all this stuff in Clip Studio Paint, by the way. I have it set up so that it's kind of like a, what do you call it? Like a slideshow situation where we can kind of flip through the different images that we're gonna draw on. I am gonna do this in my own handwriting, by the way. So I'm going to apologize in advance, but my handwriting I feel like is not that hard to read, so it's okay. Although good bean just was not 100% on one side. Thank you. Went all in on good bean. Not even because I wish it's a good one, but just in case you get a bad bean, I won't be left empty-handed. Well, I don't know how it works, right? Good beans and Bean Boozled are a myth. They're not. I've had them. I've done so many Bean Boozles, it's not even funny. It's not even funny. But like, I don't know how the prediction thing works. Like, you're betting your stuff against the thing, right? Hit that gritty. Get that gritty goose out. Heck yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, in other news today as well, by the way, I got an email back from the keychain people. They had unfortunately put the wrong image on the front of the keychain. But that is okay because I have corrected it. They should be starting printing soon. And also, what was the other thing? Oh! We've set a date for the debut. Did you see? We've set a date for the debut. There's gonna be more promotional stuff coming out, but I just kind of slipped out the date because I was like, I should like start letting people know. We're gonna start letting people know. It is the 11th of the 11th. That is going to be the debut date. Fingers crossed. Heck yeah, let's go. The more the bets are in favor of one thing, the less the returns are for that one. Oh, okay, okay. So basically we pick an option and bet. Whichever is right, you select it, and all the points from the incorrect option are given to the people who picked right. You're given points equal to your bet plus the percentage of overall points. Oh, okay, okay. 11, 11, 11. No, it's gonna be 11, 11, 24. But it's whatever. So if I bet 1,000 and win, and I was 50% of the points, I would get 2,000 points back. Ah, okay. Alright, yeah, so it's like the more people are on your side. No, it won't be at 11 o'clock. It'll be at regular stream time, I believe. We'll see how it goes. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the 11th, yeah, the 11th is a Monday, right? What I might do, though, is make it into... We'll see. I have to talk to husband's son. But what we might do is do the Monday night as like the debut stream, quote unquote. That has like the slideshow and all the stuff that I have planned and blah blah blah. And then the Tuesday, the kids are gonna be at school / daycare. So on the Tuesday day, I might do another stream and then do another stream on the Tuesday night. And kind of, I'm like, I don't want to do a subathon, but I do want to do like maybe like a mini subathon thing where maybe we can have some cool stuff, right? I'm thinking, I'm still cooking on that one. Twitch uses nominal betting. Oh. Well, wait, are you a statistics guy? Because I don't know, like I'm not a math connoisseur. Because I put a lot in bad bean. If it's good, everyone betting good right now would get a pretty good return. So 1 point bet would net you about 6 points if it's a good bean. On the flip side, I only get about 1.2 beans back for each bean I bet if I win right now. Oh man, my brain is melting out of my ears. What? Huh? I'm doing my best. I have some tea with me, by the way. It's an Earl Grey tea with some lemon in it. Top tier. Do recommend. I hate math. I just know math. I don't really think you hate it that much. Because I don't like math, and my brain deleted all the math that I knew. Tea sounds nice. Yeah. Get some tea. A comp-sci cybersecurity expert, so I know a lot of math. Yeah, I feel like if you're... Again, I feel like you don't hate it that much. I feel like you have a disdain for it as a byproduct of it being a major part of your job. But I feel like if you hated it, I don't think you'd be in comp-sci. I don't think you'd be in comp-sci. I think you would have chosen something else if you truly hated it. That's what I did. I did one lesson of the calculus class at my high school, and I was like, nope, not for me. I hate it here. Thank you. Starlight, Space Hawk, welcome in. Thank you for the follows. Oh my gosh. Are you guys syncing this up? Are you guys syncing this up? Welcome in. How are you doing? Welcome. Working on a contract for the Nova Scotia government. Oh my goodness. Don't talk about it. You might get in trouble. We are? Oh, okay, nice. I was gonna say, if not... Oh my goodness. Oh, the thing ended. The poll ended. Let's, where are we? Manage prediction? Alright. Also, wow. That's a lot of points in Bad Bean. That's a lot. How's it been? We're gonna find out. Are you ready? Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Wow. Oh, why did I keep it in my mouth so long? Oh no. Oh, I had to like physically, mentally, like focus in on a point on the screen so that I wouldn't gag just now. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's so bad. Okay. Choose outcome. It was a bad bean. Yeah, complete prediction. Please, lemon, wash me free of my sins. Ha! Gross. I like bit into it and I was like, that might be butter. It might it might be butter. It was not butter, guys. It was what is that one even? Like rotten egg. I can still smell it. Get it out. Get it out. No. It'd be funny if it was a good bean and you just hated it. I've had that happen too, where I've like bitten into it. I'm like, I don't know about this one, guys. Watch live Anzu accidentally tossing a bean up her nose. No! Oh my god, that would be so bad. It was excellent. It was not excellent. That. Boo. Boo. Good beans are not a myth. I've had them. They do exist. However. Gross. Yuck. Anyway, thank you guys. Thank you. Wow. I do actually have some good beans on me. I have a box of specifically good beans. So that's also a thing. That's also a thing. Yeah, so why don't we've been yapping for like a half an hour already? What the heck? How have you guys convinced me to yap for a half an hour? Let me what is the category again? Game dev, software and game development. There we go. No, just soft. Oh. Why does it do this to me? Software and game development done. Thank you. Thank you. Now I have to double check it. Okay. It looks like it's fine. It looks like it's fine. Game making? Yeah, we are doing some game planning today. Now, I've put the regular music in the Discord, in the art scene thing, because I was like, hang on. I was like, the background is not spoopy enough. We're not gonna have spoopiness. Okay, let me do this, and then, sorry to jump scare everyone, I'm very pale. And then let me head on over to this one. This one, and I'm very small. Hang on. Let me be big. We want to be big. That's a preview of the 2.0 up the top there, by the way, behind the chat. That's what that is. It's just hanging out. Don't even worry about it. Hi, Small. Can we get a shout out for Small too, please? Okay, Major. Have fun. No worries. Thank you. Hi, Sci-Fi. How you doing? Sneaky peeky. Yeah, well, it's not so much a sneaky peeky. I put it out on socials. Recently playing the pre-sequel. Very nice. Very nice. I was no. Okay, so the plan for today, right? I'm a professional. The things that I want to get done today, we might not get all of these things like done, but we can at least get like a first draft, right? Let me get my pen out real quick. Wow. So gameplay map. Basically what this is, or what this is gonna be rather, is this is going to be. Why is the pen so big? Stop it. Get some help. what this is going to be is basically, because it's going to be a visual novel, right? We're not going to be making like an RPG or a 3D thing or any of that kind of stuff. We're making a visual novel. Why? Because the assets required and the amount of programming required are minimal comparatively. Now, what does that mean? It means I am not a gameplay programmer. I do not know C++. I do not have a degree in C++. I do, however, have a degree in like general game design and art and animation. So visual novels are very heavy on art and, you know, well, not so much animation, but I feel like we can kind of get away with some stuff. Heavy on writing and art, basically, is what visual novels are. And so the gameplay map for this kind of game specifically is going to be fairly simple in that there's not going to be like a whole lot of mechanics outside of navigating through the story, plus any like kind of like cool fun stuff that we want to put on top of it. Right? And when I say cool fun stuff, that's what I'm talking about down here when I say hooks and toppings, right? I call them toppings. I don't think anybody else calls them that. Toppings are like stuff that's like out of scope. We'll say it's out of scope, but it would be really nice to have and it would make the game very pretty. Right? So gameplay map, gonna be fairly simple. Story beats, this is like the meat and potatoes of visual novels. This is like, you're gonna want stuff to happen at like fairly regular intervals to keep players playing. We making video game? We are making video game. Ba 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 ba. Is there a genre you're going for? Kind of. It's gonna be a little bit, I want it to be kind of like a little bit of a collaborative process, right? But I do have some stuff already kind of figured out in the back of my mind. Some stuff that I've been throwing around with my friend Vex, which we will get to. That will be like the first thing that we do, is I'm basically going to walk you guys through like the skeleton of this thing and kind of what I want to do with it. So that's, story beats is like, we're gonna need stuff to happen fairly consistently, right? You don't want this to happen where you've like got all this stuff in the start of the game and then a bunch of nothing happens and then like some stuff happens at the end of the game. You want there to be bits in the game so that people want to actually continue playing after they've come home from work, etc. Has a panel and a manga I like. I want to make an inspired art piece for it. Nice. Asset list. This is going to be... We're going to do the asset list kind of after we've got all the story figured out. And when I say all of the story, I don't mean like every single bit of the story, but like kind of the major story bits. Because what you're going to want to do is like have... like the asset list for like the characters that are definitely going to be in there, the backgrounds that are definitely going to be in there, the gonna need assets for the like the chat boxes that pop up, as well as any like special effects, as well as like I feel like there's other stuff too, but I have just come out of being sick, so my brain is a little bit mushy. There's a bunch of stuff that, like, music and all that kind of stuff, right? Sound effects for when stuff happens, for when there's, like, text appearing on the screen if we want, or when you, like, advance to the next chat box or, like, whatever, right? Do you know of Ren'Py? I do. Ren'Py and I are very good friends. We will be making this in Ren'Py. I do have experience with Ren'Py. That is why I decided to do this particular project, because I was like, I can do pretty much like 80-90% of it myself. Yeah. That's basically why I was like, let's do a visual novel, because like I could learn like Game Maker probably. I feel like I could learn Game Maker, but since I already have experience in Ren'Py, and because the VTubing community specifically has like, I feel like a good overlap with the people who would be interested in a visual novel. I'm kind of like, well, you know, it makes sense. So, and then the last thing is hooks and toppings, which is hooks are your gameplay hooks, right? So this is like what is going to make the visual novel stand out against other visual novels, right? You want to have like a little bit of spice in there. That's what that is. Toppings are like the extra shit, right? So like, for example, if we wanted like a day-night cycle, that would probably be like, it might be a hook, but it could also be a topping, right? Where lots of other visual novels have like day-night cycles, right? As like part of the thing. It's just like switching out art assets and stuff. But if we did it in like a really cool way, then it would become a hook, right? Where it's like, oh, their day-night cycle is actually synced to the real-world clock, and you can actually like run out of time to do things in a kind of Majora's Mask-y way. You know what I mean? I know a Ren'Py game that someone used to make $10,000 a month through Patreon. Damn. Maybe we should start a Patreon. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. This is gonna be a free process. It's not only is it going to be a free process, but it's also going to be a free game. Okay? Has there ever been a visual novel with the ability to fight things like it's an RPG? Yes, and I do actually know how to do that. So, if we wanted to, we could do that. I do feel like that is a pretty major undertaking, though. Like, you would want it either to be a bit, right? Where it's like, you play through the visual novel, and then there's like this one scene where you do that, and it's like played for laughs, and there's like it's like a contained one-off where it's not affecting anything else. Kurskan, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You're officially a good bean. Or you would want it to be the entire game, in which case I feel like if you're gonna do RPG mechanics for an entire visual novel style game, you would want to build it in something else that is like mainly for RPG, and then kind of put the visual novel stuff on top of that. I feel like that would be the easier way to do it, because Ren'Py as an engine is like not really super built for that. Oh my goodness. Raiders, welcome in. How are you doing? Let me turn that off. Wow. Let me take a sip of my tea too, because I can feel my voice getting itchy. Welcome, welcome! If you're new here, hello! My name is Anzu. I do art things. I also do video game things. And today we're doing super video game things. We're gonna start planning to make a video game. Let's go! Oh, well, Tintin, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Do we have an MC/setting? We do. We do. You'll see it in my next slide. Hang on. Resident Evil 2. Ooh. Wait. Like original? Like original? Ayo. How did it go? Tell me all about it. If you need to do any post-raid things, feel free. I will look after your friends for you. If this is one of those things you need voice actors for, I wouldn't mind volunteering. I don't think I'm gonna need voice actors. If I do, it might be one or two. And I think I already have a couple people. But I don't think it's going to be voice acted, because it's going to be, how to explain? Because it's a visual novel, and because the budget's really low. It was remake? Nice! No, I hear the remake is very nice. You'll have to excuse me, I'm like choking a little bit because I have been sick for the past weeks, and I'm still kind of getting over it. VI would basically triple the work needed. Yeah. And triple the amount of bug fixes needed as well. Because having audio trigger at a specific time is fine when it likes to play nicely. I might do voice acting for a little bit of it, but not like the whole thing. right? Yeah, no worries. I might need some volunteers for some other stuff. Okay. Let's head on over to the other side. I want to show you guys. Hang on. Bye. Let's go. Okay, untitled video game. Whoa, let's go. Part 1. What is it? It's gonna be an Anzu lore game. I'm gonna be doing this instead of doing a lore video. Lore videos are the past, man. Lore video games are the future. Okay? Lore video games are the future. So it's gonna be a visual novel. Obviously, we've been talking about visual novels. No worries, Tintin. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. It's a cool idea. Thank you. So it's going to be a visual novel. It's going to be a showcase for the 2.0, which means that it's not going to be 1.0 Anzu. It's going to be 2.0 Anzu. It's going to be a skill showcase in that, for me, it's going to be a skill showcase in that I'm going to do the art for it, mostly. Mostly. I'm going to do the art for it. I'm going to do the writing for it. Mostly. I might call in some people, call in some debts, call in some ransom money to get some people to help me out with the writing. I can't do the music and I can't do the backgrounds. But I do have someone in mind for backgrounds who does like really, their work is so sick. Like I cannot describe to you how sick their work is. But I would be paying them for the backgrounds, which is why I need an asset list, because I need to know how much that is going to cost. That's gonna be the cost of the game, right? Let's go back up here. So for me, it's gonna be a skill showcase. It is gonna be something that I use in my real life resume, probably. Be like, hey, look, I made a video game. Ta-da! I did this mostly all by myself, and I could make things for you good too. Thank you. Bye-bye. Please hire me. It's gonna be free. It's gonna be a free video game. Yay! It's gonna be downloadable for free. You can have it. It's yours. Enjoy. Like I've got their like option to donate. I'm like, maybe like if I don't know if I can put it up on like Ko-fi or something. I don't know. I when I was running this past people, they're like, oh, so like, are you gonna be able to give money if you want? I'm like, yes. I guess. I don't know what distribution platform this is gonna be on. That's yeah. That's what that is. I don't know. Ideally, I feel like getting it on Steam would be really cool, right? But we're gonna have to see how it goes. We're still in very early stages. Something might come up, whatever, it's fine. Besides Chilla's art cameos, I want Anzu game cameos. Well, that's the thing, right? Because it's the Anzu lore game, I was like, well, obviously I can put whoever I want in it, right? Or like whoever wants to be in it, rather. I'm not gonna put you in it if you don't want to be in it. But I was thinking like maybe I could rope some of my friends into being NPCs, right? Maybe we could do that. Timeline. It's important when you're making a video game to have a timeline. I don't know if you guys know this, but it's very important to set goals and aim for them and not just have infinity as an endpoint. Because if you say, well, I'm just gonna get it done whenever it gets done, I'm sorry to say, come here a second. You need to come here. If you set infinity as your end goal point, it will take you infinity and you will never finish it. Okay, so do yourself a favor. Even if it's a pretend one, set a launch goal date, please. Even if it's like 5 years from now, set the goal date. Chat, set the goal date. All right. let me squeeze back into position. What you making? We're making a visual novel. Steam makes you pay $100 or so. That's nothing. I could do that. That's all right. That's all good. Steam makes you do a lot of things. There are hoops that you need to jump through if you want to be on Steam. But you know what? It's probably worth it though, right? Wow, I would totally not stream this free game being made. I mean, you could. I'm not gonna say no. I'm not gonna say no. Sending the goal date is infinite is the equivalent of saying I'll exercise tomorrow, but tomorrow never comes. Exactly. I'll finish the game whenever the game gets finished, and then you just don't work on it because it's like, well, it'll be done when it's done. Anzu saves the world, a visual novel by Anzu. More or less. More or less. So this is part one. What is it, right? It's a chance for chat to learn and influence a game / Anzu's lore. I don't know why there's like a weird little thing on that. Yeah, I thought it would be fun. I thought you guys might like to learn a little bit of game design stuff. Maybe you get to work on your own game stuff. Maybe it inspires you to do something game related. Or if your dream is to be in video games, maybe you have some questions or like you like what am I, like maybe it gives you a little bit of insight rather that you may not have had otherwise, right? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? All the inspiration. Hi Advent, how are you? Hello. You calling chat not smart? No, that's not what I said. You still need to give yourself enough time to actually finish it, because if you just make it too short of a time, you're just gonna end up with a really buggy and poorly made product. Yeah, but I like if you set it to too short of a time by accident, you can just reset the goal date, right? Because like, let's be real, you're not beholden to funding or a publisher or you know, like there's not anybody who's like relying on you to get this done by a certain date. So you can set a date, aim for the date, and then if you're like, I'm not gonna finish this game by that date, you can then like reassess the date. That is allowed. You can do that. I'm good, but excited to hear more about your games development. Thank you. Well, we're doing some planning stuff today. Let me take another sip of this tea. I'm gonna be taking a lot of sips of tea. So yeah, it's down here, stuff I can't do. Can't do backgrounds, can't do music. The music I feel like should be okay. I know a few people who can do music. I don't mind paying for music. I don't mind like buying a couple of tracks, you know what I mean? We're not gonna need like a ton of it. You can use FL Studio. Yeah, but I'm not a music person, right? I'm not a musician. I'm not a composer, is the thing. And like, I could learn in theory, but I don't want this to be a 5-year development. I want this to be like a 1-year development, right? I want to have this done by the time the 2.0 comes out in 2025. Right? So it's not going to be super long. It's not going to be super involved. It's not going to be... It can be a little bit complicated. I'll allow it to be a little bit complicated, but it's not going to be... How to explain? My first gut reaction to say is not going to be a masterpiece. I don't know, actually. It might be. But it's not going to be... a game that we keep piling expectations on, right? We're not gonna expand the scope of this thing out to, it's not going to be, what is that? There's a specific visual novel that I'm thinking of that's like very extensive. It's got like a bunch of fantasy stuff in it and like time travel, and we're not doing that, okay? We're gonna tell a nice little condensed story. If this was a TV show, it would be like 3 episodes, right? Steins Gate. I wasn't thinking of Steins Gate, but that is a good example. Yeah. It's not going to be a Steins Gate. It's going to be more like almost like a Doki Doki Literature Club situation. Can you model? Yes. I can actually. But it's not going to be 3D. It's going to be 2D, which is even better. And apparently, I haven't actually done this, but apparently you can do live 2D stuff in Ren'Py now, which is interesting. Which is very interesting. That appeals to me greatly. We might be able to do something cool with that. I'm not sure yet, though. I'm not sure yet. Also, my phone just went ding. Why is my phone going ding? I have to check it. Anzu Test Stream Club. At the moment, it's just Untitled Game, but we can think of a title for it. Let me bring up a second thing. Hang on, I'm also gonna blow my nose because this is really annoying to me. Wow. Okay. I'm back. Yeah. So, when I say Doki Doki, I'm thinking about like the gameplay mechanics are not that involved, right? And it's also not like a super long visual novel. I feel like you could get through it in a couple of settings. This is going to be the kind of thing that you could probably get through in I want to say like an hour or two. Like, it's not going to be very long. I don't think, anyway. We'll see how it goes. Can't Get Suffering, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome. You're officially a good bean. Alright, so let's... The way that I've got this set up, by the way, I've got this set up on an animation timeline in Clip Studio. And I've done this because now we can flip back and forth between slides. And I can make notes on this one, go back to the other one, we can make a new one, all that good stuff. And I don't have to like sort through any layers, turn anything on and off, do any of that stuff. So we're gonna begin. We're done with the pre-made stuff now. We're going to start with the good stuff. Ad starts in 3 minutes. Do not fret. I will just pause the actual note taking and while that is going. So the first thing that we want to do is get kind of like an idea of how we want these like branching paths to go. Because if you know anything about visual novels, right? There's usually a bunch of different things that you can do that branch off into choices that you can make, right? And we don't want this to be too involved, right? We can have like long stretches of time where it's just like, you chose this, and so like a bunch of these things happen, and then you make another choice, right? We can do that. In fact, that's usually how visual novels go, and that's how they like, I don't want to say like pad their game time, right? But they kind of pad their game time, right? So we don't need like a bunch of stuff to happen. Let me walk you through. Actually, do I want to start this before the ads? I might start this after the ads. We got like 1:30. Multiple branches, how I want to make an RPG game? Yes. Yes. It is kind of hard to make a game with multiple branches because you have to make sure that like point A and point B also makes sense if point A is like a branch off of like this other one that has a different choice that you can make, right? So say point A, to get to this one, you have to choose to save the puppy, and in this one you don't save the puppy, right? If branch B links back up over here to another like choice set, you have to make sure that this makes sense flowing into that, as well as like this making sense flowing into that, right? And it can get very messy very fast. I would know. I've tried to do it before. RPG isn't that hard if you think about the hard part is multiplayer. Yeah, this is not going to be a multiplayer game. I don't know why my nose keeps doing that. I don't know anything about multiplayer code, so we're not going to be doing a multiplayer game. I also don't even know if Ren'Py supports multiplayer. I don't know how you would do a visual novel in multiplayer. Yeah, so that's the thing. So I'm like, I can't think of one. It would be cool though, but I don't even know how you'd go about doing that. I say multiple branches, but how I will have it at the beginning, your father will say, "You're not old enough for a job. Go and help the village." Depending on which job you will play, start the set storyline. Oh, that's pretty cool, actually. That's pretty cool. The Asmozy, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You're officially a good bean. What I was thinking of, and I am waiting for these ads to start, by the way. They were supposed to start. There we go. There we go. Stinky ads have started. There we go. I think Monster Prom is 2-player, and you can influence how characters feel about the other player based on your choices. I've never heard of that, huh? That sounds really cool. Dragon Ball game is a comic book style game with online PvP. Wait. How? How? What do you mean? What do you mean? So, when you say comic book style game, right? When you say comic book style game, tell me more. Tell me more. I guess we can do it like a little bit while these ads are running. Let me just scratch up some stuff so that we're and also let me think, because it's been a hot minute. The way that I kind of want to have it set up is so that it does one of these. And then this one, these ones like kind of, the problem is that you don't really want it to come back into like one like that, but you can for like storyline's sake. But I think it's better if we have it do one of these ones, right? Where this comes to that, and then this one branches off into two, right? So the ones that are like this, and then that, well, actually, hang on. I'm trying to figure out how to mind map this out in like the best visual way. I think that's probably the best way to do it. Looks like eyes. Yeah, kind of. So we're just gonna we're gonna have path A and path B. And now some of this I don't want to talk about in too much detail today because, and this is also kind of the reason why I was holding off on doing a lot of stuff to do with this, is because some of this stuff hinges on you guys knowing a little bit more about the 2.0 design, which you're gonna see on the 11th of November. Let's go. So I'll actually be revealing 2 designs on the 11th. So let's call path A, let's call this design A rather. Let's do that. Can I fit it in there? Not really. Design A. And let's call this design B. Because there's not just gonna be, there's not only one 2.0 design, there's actually two. If you're only showing 2.0, what happens to 1.0? So 1.0 will be retired. I'm still gonna keep all the fan art displaying on the fan art scroll. But okay. At the debut on the 11th, I don't have the model for the 2.0. I'm just going to be showing you guys the design, right? So that we can start building stuff for it. So I can start working on it on stream. Because I actually built this model, and I will be building the next one as well. She's moving to a farm upstate? No! What the heck? What the hell? No! Starting to look like a little robot psychic? Oh my god. Oh my god. Job a certain element and different types of fighting style? Oh, nice. 1.0 will be in the background of the game with signs saying free to a loving home? No! What the heck? No! So for those of you who have just gotten out of ads, the different paths in this game are going to be branching off based on the design, right? So design A will have its own like branching paths, and then design B will also have its own branching paths, right? But for now, we're just gonna focus on this little bit at the beginning, right? We're gonna call this the start, because that is nice and concise. Now, the idea that we're running with so far is it's gonna be the Anzu's origin story, right? And let me create a new animation cell here for a second. So we can go back to that other thing in a bit. Anzu's origin story. Hee. So far what we've got is, so can I make this a little bit smaller? I can, but so Anzu is a lab escapee, right? What does that mean? Think like what's a good example? Think of like an elfin lead situation, right? Where in the beginning, she's gonna be in the lab. And then in the first kind of setup scenes, she's gonna be escaping the lab. Now, the details of this are a little fuzzy at the moment. I'm gonna allow that because I don't know why I don't know why the Autobot tried to mute Everyday Australian Girl. I don't know why he thought that was a bad thing. If you're a Labrador, you'd be a lab escapee. Oh my god, I hate you guys. As we're gonna make all the guards explode? Exactly. We're gonna make all the guards explode. How? Haven't decided yet. Haven't decided yet. We're gonna figure it out. So we're gonna start off in the lab. We're gonna escape the lab. That's what, if we go back to this one, that's what this sequence is here, right? All of this stuff. I don't what is up with that arrow. All of this stuff, right? This is the escaping the lab. Escaping the lab. That's what this is, right? And then we branch off into design A and design B. Whoop, wrong thing. There we go. The first branch off is going to be, can we fail to escape the lab? No. Although that might be nice as a kind of polish thing. Right? Because basically failing to escape the lab would be a dead end. And would be a branching path stop, right? So you've got your your little boxes going on, and it's like doing its thing. And then like over here, you fail to escape the lab. This one continues on and does whatever. This one, you fail to escape the lab and you like die, right? That's basically what the situation would be. So at this point, I'm gonna say no, just because I want to have the game focus on the other branching paths. However, if there's an opportunity to do it where it makes sense, yes, absolutely. Instant game over. Exactly. Start again. You rolled a nat 1, you tripped and fell, and you tripped and fell into one of the guards, and his gun goes off in your face. Sorry, start again. you fumbled so hard. Could be a secret ending. Yes, stuff like that is exactly the kind of stuff that is gonna be the quote-unquote toppings, right? Where it's like, we're not gonna start off with the intention to do those things. They're not gonna be on the initial schedule, but if we can fit them in and it makes sense and it's not super time consuming, like we're not inventing like an entire like game design around it, then yes, absolutely. Anzu rolled over in the giant test tube and went back to sleep. I'm not gonna say no. It could be yes. Right? So escaping the lab, hang on, let me come back in here. This sequence is going to involve mostly told from like a voiceover. Well, not like a voiceover, but like a narrator perspective. I think might be first person. Right? Let me turn this stabilization off on this so I can write faster and more accurately. So it might be first person. I haven't decided yet, but I think even if it's just like the very first bit that's from a narrative perspective, it could be pretty cool. Do you escape the lab? We do. That's how we get here. Okay? The scientists trying to accomplish creating dog girls, and they had a division of Elon Musk's cat girl initiative. No, I don't think that we can mention the cat girl initiative. How can a 2D game be 3D? It's not going to be 3D. It's going to be 2D. What I missed? We're making a video game. We're making an Anzu origin story visual novel video game. 2.5D. I mean, technically, am I 2.5D? Is that me? I don't know. Kinda. Added first person? No, I'm talking about like the writing style, right? Because you can write from first person, which is like, I did this and then I did that and I am feeling whatever, right? Or you can write from third person, which is Anzu did this and then Anzu was feeling that and whatever. But I'm thinking for this very first little bit, having it being told from like maybe like one of the scientists' perspective might be kind of cool. Because you mostly face forward and only to the side, but you're a 3D model yet? No, I'm a 2D model. This is all 2D, baby. This is all 2D things overlapping one another to give the appearance of 3D. So, okay. Where was my thought at? They succeeded in making an animal hybrid. Well, that's the thing. We're gonna have some decisions to make. Scientists looking like the mouthwashing guy in hospital bed recounting the escape. I mean, maybe. Maybe. Hang on, let me make a little note here. And this one's just gonna be a white arrow. I use like the system of like arrow, sub arrow, white arrow, by the way, when I'm making these, just so I can see at a glance. Like, basically it's got headers and subheaders. So I made like a little diagram for Vex when I was trying to explain this. So Anzu is either, because I haven't decided yet, we get to decide this together, chat. Anzu is either a dog that was transformed into, I'm just gonna, hang on. A dog that was transformed into a human, right? Or a dog that was mixed with human DNA. A human that was mixed with dog DNA, which is different, right? It's different if you start off as a person. And I feel like that's probably the way to go, because that would allow me to automatically know how to speak like English. Or like dog girl natural question mark how, I don't know. Right? I don't, natural dog girl, how did this happen? Like, I don't know, like aliens, right? Plot twist, Anzu was a stink bug turned into a dog chew toy. Oh my god. And from that they extracted the dog DNA and made me a person. Starting human getting turned into a dog gives me Spider-Man, Ninja Turtles. Yeah, like that kind of thing, right? Or there was like a fourth option, which was what was the fourth option? Hang on. Let me go scroll up in our chat and let me see if I can find it. Uh-oh. It's right up here, chat. Hang on. Ooh. Okay, so I explained it a little bit differently, but I think it is this. It's basically a dog, and then an event makes them human. A human, and then an event makes them dog. Or a regular human plus science makes them like dog person. But I think this is a pretty good way to explain it. Alien dog girl or an alien parasite infected a human and a dog combined their DNA. Yeah, we got like a whole, I'm actually the thing. I'm actually I'm actually the thing, right? You guys know that you guys know the image of the dog and like the head is like hella leaned back and it's got his mouth open and it's just screaming? Yeah, that's me. That's me. I'm gonna be introducing all future streams of like, hello, welcome, I'm Anzu, aka John Carpenter's The Thing. A dog and a girl fusion dance and they can only say Edward? No! No. Bad. Bad. So we haven't decided on that yet. Which is fine. Hang on, let me grab this and make it smaller. Boop. Right. So this is where we're at right now. Right, so the escaping the lab is going to be like kind of like an action sequence. There's not going to be like a lot of choices to be made. There might be like 1 to 3 choices maybe. And the choices are mostly, can I make this smaller again? Mostly going to loop back to single, what do you call it? Like a single path, but will add a flavor. And then I'm gonna put like a little bunch of little stars around flavor because that's what it's all about, baby. Right? Yeah, wow. Wow. Perfect. Wow, flavor. So it's mostly gonna be 1 to 3 choices in this beginning bit. That's going to add some flavor, kind of set the scene. It's gonna be like some action stuff. We're gonna kill a bunch of guards and escape the lab. If you don't want to decide, you can also make it ambiguous. Yeah, I just feel like it would make for good, like, what do you call it? That thing that you do in storytelling where you like set the scene in a very like specific way. Illusion of choice. Yeah, it is going to be illusion of choice in the beginning, but it is going to be just like a fun illusion of choice, right? So you can choose to kill the guard or not kill the guard. And if you kill the guard, there's like this cool like action scene that plays out. And if you don't kill the guard, then like something funny and like cute happens, maybe. Like you don't kill him and then he's like, oh, thank God. You know, I have a dog at home that looks just like you. And he puts down his gun and he like backs up against the wall and he's like, good luck, okay? Like, you know, something like that where it's like you're not really expecting what he does to happen, but you know, something like that. He slips it on a banana peel and dies anyway. Holy shit. You know what? Wouldn't even be mad. Wouldn't even be mad. We can have dumb shit like that. So long as it's not gonna beef out the work too much, right? So long as it doesn't add like a whole extra background that needs to be commissioned, right? If it's just text or like mostly text, sure. Sure. That's the other thing. Usually visual novels have these like payoff scenes, which are like full illustrations. Still deciding what I'm gonna do about that. Distract the guard with your trusty ball. You can play fetch with yourself. Oh my god. Okay, some of these are actually like really good. Okay, so that's gonna be the first bit. It's gonna answer some background questions. For example, what are they doing in the lab? Oop. In the lab. Where, thank you for the head pats. Where the dog from? Though? Where are they? I'm thinking about making this set in like a kind of Neo Tokyo situation where it's like it's kind of like a nondescript like Tokyo style city that's like maybe not Tokyo, right? The more you bounce the ball, the stronger you become as you raise every 0.001 foot-pound. To what end? New Australia? Yeah, like exactly, right? Or like they captured me from Australia and they've transported me to like Neo Canada, and this is like Neo Toronto or Neo Montreal that they've put me in. Just put Neo in front of the city name? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so that's that one. I feel like I could start a new animation cell. Because this is why I've done this, right? So we can go, ooh, ah, we could just flip through and it's like having a little slideshow. So this second part is like, we'll call it the split. Okay, we'll call this a split. Let me think. Path, branches, between design A and design B. First, like real choice. This choice, by the way, is going to be Anzu standing on top of like a little hill, right? Choosing between going down into the kind of I want to say like the city center, like kind of Akihabara part of town, or going into like the kind of darker, seedier part of town, like the more rough part of town. I want a Captain America or Wolverine scene where Anzu is just put into a pod and they expose her to some highly Aussie material. Maybe it's injecting space Vegemite. Why would you do this? Why would you do this? Oh my god. Combine them like San Francisco. That's pretty good actually. I don't know. Hang on. I don't know. I'm gonna just make a little San Francisco. No, I don't know what cities I would choose for that. I have a cat mat on my bed with 2 cats currently sharing it. Ah, I want cats. I want a cat mat. Rare Team Fortress 2 material, Australia. and then what? Oh my gosh. I am gonna start in a pod, by the way. You can't be in a sci-fi lab and not start in a pod. Buries it. I just dig a hole and bury it. Oh my god. So this will decide the main path for the rest of the game. And basically we're not going to focus on this today. We're gonna focus mainly on this first bit. Right? Now, let me bring back this thing. Gameplay map, story beats, asset list. What we're doing right now is like the story beats section, right? The next thing that we have to do is the gameplay map, which, because it's a visual novel, not going to be particularly hard. The hard part is going to be, and can I make one here and then like switch these around? Yes, I can. Hee hee. Put that there, perfect. The hard part is going to be the big scale stuff. And what do I mean by that? I mean, it's going to be fitting all this stuff together. Combining Australia and Canada, what would be called Osnada? Osnada? Canstralia? I feel like Canstralia sounds better, but it's still bad. There's no good way to do that. Like, Canalia sounds bad. Canadalia. We don't have to specify the the country that we're in. It should be fairly obvious the country that we're in. So going back to this, right? We're gonna basically do, I feel like, a little, What? Hang on. Let me... Where the heck is my glove? There it is. Anzu. Oh my god. Okay, so we're gonna do basically like a little storyboard. I think is the next thing, because what we can do is using the storyboard method. Let me grab this and pull it out a little bit. The plan is to take these storyboards and basically use them as placeholder backgrounds for the actual game. Now, I don't think we're going to be pulling up Ren'Py here today. I'm not prepared to pull up Ren'Py here today. Today is mostly going to be planning stuff. But the next time we do this in the future, I will have some stuff in Ren'Py. I will have some stuff in Ren'Py. So today is mostly just planning stuff. And once we have this storyboard, from there we can make the asset list. And I'm telling you right now, let me add another. Can I add another? No. Yeah. Can I add one in here? Hehe, I can. Asset list. Right? And in this asset list, we're gonna need music. We'll call it music 1 Lab Escape. We need some BGM for the Lab Escape, basically. That's pretty much all we're gonna need for music. We are gonna need sound effects. And I'm telling you right now, we're gonna need sound effects for guards being punched. We have to decide what kind of powers Anzu has, by the way. What kind of if they are more of a, what do you call it? More of a psychic, like, telekinesis thing, or if they're gonna be like physical strength based or like a weapons based. Please give me your ideas, please. What do you think would be cool? We're gonna need sound effects for guards being punched. We're gonna be needing like sci-fi, not you sci-fi, but sci-fi effects for pod being opened, buttons being pushed. We're gonna need like maybe some beeping. Maybe footsteps. Maybe gun effects. What how to write in English? I don't know. What else? Entropy? Oh my god. Oh my god. I just walk out of the lab and the guards just start dropping like flies, but when you on further inspection, they've actually aged 100 years. They're just becoming skeletons before your very eyes. They're wilting like flowers. Holy shit. High strength, enhanced dog senses. We gotta have the enhanced dog senses. Enhanced dexterity and telekinesis. I do like that. That's how Anzu stays young. Oh my god, it's reverse entropy. Holy shit. I like that. I like that. We're gonna put that on the list. Hang on. Not on this one. We need this one. Hang on. I'll write powers. Question mark, and we'll put reverse and regular entropy. Physical strength. She's like a dex. Telekinesis. She's like a real Mary Sue. Dog senses. senses. Yeah. There are other animals can understand dogs or animal speak. Oh. Yeah, animal speak is pretty good. Now, keep in mind, right? Keep in mind, we have to figure out a way to write this in where it makes sense to have other VTubers exist and not be chased down by the lab. Does that make sense? Entropy is definitely one of the weirdest powers to give someone because of dogs. It's not because of the dogs. That's a different thing. That's just me. That's just me. Thanks, chat. I think I got all of them, right? I think I got all of them. Let's go back over to here to this stuff. We're gonna need bodies hitting the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Hashtag disturbed. We're gonna need like maybe like a magic. Maybe like a magic sound effect. Right? I think that's pretty much it for sound effects. We don't need that many. We're gonna need like thumping and thudding and stuff like that, but I think that's more coming down to like the footsteps and the bodies hitting the floor. We'll kind of see how it plans out. We can always add to this list. Everything else on that list is that maybe for telepathy. I could buy someone getting the abilities because they're being combined with a dog. Yeah, I got a lot of weird stuff going on, okay? We're gonna get a jar of magic beans at some point, so like don't worry about it. It's a secret experiment to make the best dog of VTuber. Okay, let me do a rough, no pun intended, a rough rundown of what we have so far, right? So the way that this is going to work is that Anzu is going to escape the lab. She's then going to go through a series of events, right, that are mostly but not all of them going to be fairly on the rails. I won't go too much into the second thing because I don't want to reveal too much about the secondary design, right? Some of you have already kind of seen it, but I don't want to reveal too much about it. We're going to talk mainly about the first design because that's going to be like the canon ending, right? So back here we've got escaping the lab, and then we've got design A and design B. Design A is going to be the canon ending, right? And this is going to be for funsies. Okay. So we're mostly going to talk about design A until the reveal on the 11th, and then we can talk more about design B. One ending is to get pulled into a bean counting competition. God damn it. So, okay, design A, right? Anzu, you gotta keep on track. For design A, you escape the lab, right? You make your choice, you choose design A. What is gonna happen for design A is that you're gonna come down. I'm gonna get rid of this actually, and we're just gonna do like a straight on this to this, right? You're gonna come down here, you're going to go to basically, like, let's just call it Akihabara, right? You're gonna end up in Akihabara. You're going to see a bunch of cool stuff. And yes, I will switch between regular and all caps writing, and no, you cannot stop me. Cool stuff. And people. You're going to discover. Is that even how you spell discover? Discover VTubing. Wow. VTubing. There we go. Wow. And then that is going to lead you to VTubers are all let's call them freaks undercover. Right? Basically, the animal girl, cute, yeah, I'm just a little cat girl. All of that is basically a farce for these people to have escaped the companies that are hunting them down, right? So the VTubing is like kind of a front for these people to just like exist in society and not be not blow their cover instantly because they've got like dog ears and a tail, right? Right? It's kind of a like you walk into a convention and there's like so many people cosplaying that you can't tell if one of them's real or not. Right? That's what this is. That's what the storyline of this game is going to be. So you discover that all VTubers are freaks undercover. You join a VTubing VTubing agency. That is the end game. That from this you get me. Ta-da! The game's over. Now I'm here with you guys. Wow! I'm like a real VTuber and it's like super meta and stuff. Wow! Wow, yeah. So like VTube witness protection programs for animal hybrid people. Yes, exactly. Or for like demons. Or for like you know, well, like give me like a random VTuber for it's mostly animal hybrids, I'm not gonna lie. Or for like eldritch horrors, or for like fallen angels, or for dragons, or for mythical creatures, or for you know, witches and wizards and stuff, right? Cryptid VTubers, basically. But we've discovered, hey, we can just be VTubers and then nobody thinks anything of it, and we can be cool, right? That's the storyline. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it, right? So this is how it's gonna go, basically, right? So you start off escaping the lab. You make your choice. Design B has a slightly different, but still also similar outcome, right? Where Design B, you end up going to a different part of town. So instead of going to like the quote-unquote Akihabara, like downtown metropolitan area, it's all like nighttime and sparkles and billboards and like maid cafes and stuff. Instead of going there, you go to a different kind of part of town. And you end up doing something that's not VTubing, but like VTubing adjacent. Yeah, so that's like the other ending, right? So the trouble that I'm gonna have is like deciding this I feel like is not going to be too hard to write because I have like a vague idea of how that is going to play out. But this middle bit, where she's kind of like exploring the town and meeting people and finding out about VTubing, that's gonna be the hard part. Oh my god, my throat is so dry. Oh, we've only been going for 2 hours and already my yap box is broken. You'll have to forgive me if I have to go and make more tea. Don't worry. If I do have to do that, I will run more ads. So yeah, this is what we're working with. Cosplay as a cover? Yeah, basically. Doggo work in a maid cafe? Yeah, exactly. So let's go back to... We're doing this, right? It's just the asset list. I was just putting together this because I know we're gonna need that stuff. For art, we're gonna need like Anzu sprite. We're gonna need maybe scientists. How many? I don't know yet. As many as we write in. Soldiers? 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 It's with an E, right? I think it's with an E. Scientists, soldiers, backgrounds. Probably backgrounds for the lab initially. Backgrounds for maybe some corridors. And maybe like the exit. Because I feel like a lot of it can just be this. Right? Because it is mostly text-based. And a lot of it is going to be spent in corridors. Soldiers? Yeah. Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. Town people, not in this first bit, not in the lab escape bit. We don't need townspeople in the lab escape yet. We're also going to need, as a side thing that we're just going to need generally, we're going to need the text box art. We're going to need a font. We're going to need a free-to-use font. Hopefully a nice one. We're going to need maybe like some effects. Like on-screen effects. I'm not like talking about screen shake and stuff. I'm talking about like if we want to do what do you call it? Like, you know, when we could like simulate like the glass breaking, like the screen cracking or something like that. Weapons, clothing, Crocs sound effects. Okay, I'm just gonna say it right now. Well, actually, no, you're right. Anzu, lab clothing, because we're gonna have different outfits for Anzu. Not so much for the scientists and soldiers. It depends. If there's like one scientist who's going to be particularly like involved, he might be a unique guy. But we want to keep the amount of assets small. That's very important when you're making a prototype, when you're making a small scale video game. Keep the amount of assets that you need small. You don't want to say like, oh, let's have like 10 different scientist sprites, right? 10 different scientist live 2D models. You don't need that. You don't need that. That's silly. Don't do it. Using doggo sense. A lot of this stuff is going to be described in the text, right? A lot of this stuff you're not going to actually be seeing on screen so much as it's going to be described to you. Yeah. So we got to figure out this story and then we can figure out the assets for the most part. But this is just stuff that we're going to need, that I know like off the bat we're going to need immediately. Without even, like, I don't even have to write anything to know this, basically. Let me think. As far as, like, programming, though, goes, I'm not gonna put programming on the asset list. Because it's mostly gonna be, going from one scene to another, and then, like... I want to say almost like an if statement situation. So that's fine. That's gonna be fine. That's a split. We need this one. We'll save the doc so that we don't accidentally snuff anything up. Okay, so this first scene is gonna be Anzu in her little tank. Aww. I'm thinking of like maybe having like a bunch of other tanks in the background here, and like maybe a couple in the foreground as well, right? But let's, oh, hang on. Let's imagine for a second. Aww. And she's like all curled up in the tank. Knees up. Tail doing its tail thing. Right? Snoozing. Just living her best life, basically, more or less. Why would you want to wake her up? Huh? Why would you? What's the matter with you? Why would you want to wake her up? Right? Aw. Chat. Don't wake her up. She's busy. Right? And then there's like some other people floating around. This is the perfect opportunity, by the way, for cameos. Let's just make this guy a little bean. His little bean legs. Right? Perfect opportunity for cameos here. Yeah? Play fetch and give head pats. Oh, I guess. Thank you for the head pats. Thank you. Alright, so scene 1. I kind of like to plan out this stuff visually like this instead of like writing it. Gives me Mewtwo vibes. That's intentional. But Pokemon the first movie is so good. Like legitimately, oh my god. So far we've got 3 people who can cameo in just this scene. Amazing. 10 out of 10. Let's make this bigger. Or make it bigger and then maybe we'll make it smaller or something. I don't know. So now we have to decide, how does she get out of the tank? Right? There's a few movies that had that. Yeah. It's not just that one, but I do like that one. How does she get out of the tank? Right? Because something happens here to allow her to get out of the tank. I'm thinking something along the lines of, there's a scientist who comes and is maybe like doing some stuff on a little keypad nearby, and then an alarm starts going off. You making a game? I am making a game. Hi Milk Porch, how you doing? Hi Pisani, welcome back. How you doing? One scientist felt sorry for her. You look just like my doggo at home. Tower being moved? Heck yeah! How did it go? Was it an easy move? I hope so. My back is killing me? No! Pisani takes on painkillers. I might actually take some painkillers while I'm thinking about it. Damn it, I forgot. Oh. Okay, I've been sipping on this tea, but I need to go and get some water. Because my throat is itchy. And I'm out of painkillers here too. Boo. Boo. Alright. It's fine. We can wait. There's probably gonna be an ad break coming up. I wanna say in like 10 minutes, but I could be wrong. Yeah, in 7 minutes. Holy, oh my god, I'm so good at this game, you guys. I'm so good at this game. Fisani, do you want to be in a cameo in my video game? I can imagine some clumsy guy bumping into the tank and cracking it a bit. Yeah, well that's the thing. That's what I'm thinking is like maybe the scientist is like just doing his thing, and then an alarm starts going off, red flashing lights, you know the deal, and then maybe like all the tanks start draining, right? Maybe all the tanks start draining, or maybe just Anzu's tank, right? No, Pisani! Why would you do that? Everybody pray for Pisani, please. Pisani, please. Oh my god, I hate that so much. I stopped having open drinks on my table. I only have either like a heavy mug, which is really hard to tip over, or like a water bottle with a lid on. Oh no, Pisani, I hope you're okay. Oh my gosh. So there's like a multitude of ways that this could go. I'm definitely thinking it's some guy's fault. It's some idiot's fault, right? So let's make the guy, and he's got his little taka thing that he's working on. And then we can just do this all in the same like thing, because I don't want to pad it out too much in this, because it doesn't need to be. The one time I have a can on my desk, no! I put cans in the mug now? Oh, in the Oh Dear Diner mug? That's actually not a bad plan. It's actually not a bad plan. This is what I'm going to use to... These are sirens and lights going off, right? And then the brilliant thing, chat, this is what we can do. I think. Hang on. If it will let me. Oh, it is gonna let me. Perfect. Right? We just bring this down here. And then we say, oh no, the water level is going down, and also... also, she is awake. See? Perfect. Right? Water level goes down. Dog girl wakes up. Does the scientist run? Or does he stick around and try to fix it? Is he the first victim? As his power is over 9? It is over 9. It is. I'm thinking maybe, because there's so many ways that you could play this off, right? You could have, she comes out of the tank and she's pissed off, and this poor guy is like scrambling to figure out what happened, and he just dies. You could have, she comes out of the tank and this poor guy is like, oh my god, let me help you. Like, I don't know what happened, let me help you. And then he actually helps her, but then the security guards come. Ads start in 3 minutes. And when the ads run, guys, do not worry. I am going to go and get some water and stuff, so you will not miss anything. You can have it so that, like, she comes out of the tank, this guy runs, and she's just left there alone. They're running? You think so? Oh, wait, the ads are running? No, it says ad starts in 2 minutes and 35 seconds. The ads are upcoming and the ads running alert look exactly the same. Yeah, no. I thought for the longest time I thought exactly the same thing, but you have to read the text because it's stupid. It's dumb. It's not you. No, it's not you, Fasani. It's Twitch. They made the boxes the same color. They should be different colors. I don't know why they're not different colors. I think the idea of him trying to help you out, because I don't know, you don't strike me as the killing type. I mean, if I gotta. If I gotta, I will. Right? That's the thing. If I gotta, I will. I kind of like the idea of him helping you out, because that's not what you would expect to happen, right? So, let's just say... Dog girl. Just fighting for her life over here. Right? Dog girl. Boop. And then the scientist, like, helps her up. These storyboards, by the way, you will not get to see any of this. This is all stuff that will be described to you, mostly. So, I am 100% being very sloppy. He's got, like, a little clipboard. I'm 100% being very sloppy with everything that this is, because it does not need to be good. It only needs to... It only needs to convey he's perfect. I don't want to hear anything about it, chat. He is the perfect scientist. He'd have like a little pocket. Right? He is a science boy. Right? Let's shrink all of these down. I think having 2 columns of it sounds pretty good right about now. Right? Oh, I should I should see if I know any science-based VTubers. Maybe they would wanna maybe they would want a cameo as the scientist that lets me out. Okay, so we're here. Right? And then boom, through the doors come a bunch of guards with guns. This is how I'm going to illustrate them. You cannot argue. This is what happens. These are all gonna have notes, by the way. I'm just being lazy. Hang on. The ads are about to start as well, so I'm gonna do that. We'll call it stasis. Scientist messes up. Red lights. And sirens. It's okay. Even if you can't read it, I can. Water goes down. What? Oh, how do you say your name? I'm just gonna call you Big. Hi, welcome in. Welcome in. You're officially Good Beans. Thank you so much for the follow. Let's see. Scientist helps her. Gun squad. It's good. With it, you. Gun squad shows up. Maybe. Oh, Anzu tries to protect the boyo, to protect Science Boy. How's your night? My night's going good. I am kind of losing my voice though. No worries. Hang on. Let me type in the chat. I'm gonna BRB for a minute while the ads are on. And then I'm gonna do one of those. Okay, BRB chat. I will be back when the ads are over. You can look at this while I'm gone. You can read it. Right, okay. Hi, chat. Hi. I heard no ads. Fantastic. Fantastic. How's it living on Ireland? Do you like it? I do. I presume you're from Canada? I do like it. It's very good. It's very good. I don't mind the snow. My husband hates the snow. I don't mind it. I think it's nice. I think it's good. I do, like, it's hard though, because I do, like, it is a bit of a pain in the butt, right? Compared to Australia, where it's basically like summer all the time. Dogs love snow. They do. They do, mostly. Mostly. I feel like some dogs don't like snow, but it depends on the size of the dog, I feel like. More than like the breed. So more depends on the size. Well, I guess that does like factor into the breed though, doesn't it? Anyway. So I have water now. I have some nice lukewarm water. For my poor baby throat, which is having a tough time. So where are we? In stasis, the scientist messes up somehow. Red lights and sirens. Water goes down. Scientist helps her up. The gun squad shows up. I kind of like this idea of the stance. The stance. Anzu protects her scientist buddy. Right? We'll put angry eyebrows. Perfect. Right? I'm a professional. Have you tried our poutines? Yes, my favorite poutine is the Costco poutine, actually. If you have not had a Costco poutine, go and get one right now. Anzu Protec. What am I? Protec? Protec. The Costco, yeah, the Costco poutines are the best poutines. 100%. If I could get a sponsorship by Costco, I would. I would chill their poutines all day, every day. And there are other products too, but mostly the poutine. Use telekinesis to control and retrieve your ball. No, we're protecting friend. We have made a new friend. We are going to protect. I imagine, by the way, that I'm wearing like some sort of like what do you call this? I'm in a science lab suit. That's awesome. Please don't ban me, Twitch suit. Yeah, exactly. That's what this is. You don't mind what part of Canada? I am in Quebec. Not in Quebec City anymore, although I was in Quebec City for a time. I'm in a kind of more English-speaking part. Bandage? Yeah, exactly. The I've been in a test tube bandage. Why are they always dressed like that? Like, I feel, well, it could be like a bodysuit as well. We could go like full, like one of these ones where it's like up to the neck, right? Hang on. I think it's kind of funnier though if it's the Don't Ban Me Twitch suit. This would still be down here, but this would be like a whole body situation. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Medical swimsuit? Yeah, I guess. Anzu Protec. Bunch of guys. Right? I think that there should be a moment where she's like escaping. I mean, I can talk in the first person about this. It's me, guys. Where she's like escaping, and she like looks back over her shoulder at this guy. Like, aw, friend. Right? Aw, friend. Before she leaves. Because she's gotta leave. He's not gonna stop her, though. Because he's cool. The goop has to seep into them somehow. That's true. That's true. You gotta get the goop in you if you're gonna be in a test tube. A dog collar, Fifth Element style? Oh, that's actually like a good question. Like, what is the... We're gonna have to do a design stream where we design this outfit. Oh, that would... Okay, hear me out, chat. Hear me out. Hang on. Interactive stream for the 2.0 model debut, where I have the outfits that are in the visual novel and switch between them as we go, and you guys get to choose the route. Hear me out, chat. Hear me out, okay? We are cooking. I would click on my other finger, but I can't do it because I'm wearing this art glove. You can talk about her in the third person since it's 2.0 answer. I guess so. He gives you a collar to remember him? Aw, that would be cute. Maybe that's how we get the collar. It's the same collar, by the way. 2.0 Anzu wears the same collar as 1.0 Anzu. That's how you know it's the same dog. He's not gonna give her a hoodie. Here, I just have this like weirdly specific hoodie. He's got his hand out. He's like, here. This is for you. With weird fingers and all. Okay, and Anzu attack. Moment, how do you describe this? Moment of sad. Acquire collar. Hallway time. Okay, like this, and then like this, and it's got a tail and ears. Going this way. Now, what do I mean when I say hallway time? I'm talking about this is going to be a period of time in the visual novel where it's just going to be like a description of her making her way through the halls of this place, like basically trying to dodge stuff that looks dangerous, other scientists, whatever. Nothing really happens in this time. Like nothing, she doesn't encounter anybody during this time. It's just like getting from the pod room to like a different part of the facility, right? So come back over here. Fake ID kind of thing for hybrids. Well, okay, so because the idea is that the like VTubing is like a cover, right? They're all like anonymous, right? So they all go by their like quote unquote VTubing personas, but whenever they're asked for like ID or whenever they're asked for like any of that kind of stuff, they're like, oh well, like because I'm a VTuber, I'm anonymous, right? Like I'm like undercover, quote unquote. I can't give you my real name, quote unquote. right? So they don't have like a birth certificate. They don't have like an ID card, a driver's license, any of this stuff. And if they do have any of that, it's under their like working name. You know what I mean? Digital ID tech? No. Because how is she gonna escape if they can digitally ID her? If she's got like a chip. So making her way downtown, walking fast, faces past, and she's homebound. She's gonna run into a bunch of guys in the hallway again. Right? Maybe just like a couple of guys. Right? And there's gonna be a kerfuffle. Right? Maybe not an explosion or anything, but encounter more guards. Attack. Now, this particular encounter is going to give you one of those fake, you think it's a branching choice, but it's not, right? We'll go choice, like that. So it's not actually going to be a choice, but it is going to give the illusion of choice. You're going to choose either option A or option B. And then they're both going to link up back to whatever this is. Okay, this is the hard part, chat. Okay? Everything so far has been very linear. There's no choices to be made. It's just a scene playing out one after the other. This one is going to be the first major hurdle that we come across. What should you have to choose between? This is the question. You're fighting these guys and you choose what? Also, hi Citrus, welcome in. How you doing? Made a wrap with yellow rice, shredded cheese, and sour cream. No, oh my god, I want that. I want that. I haven't had dinner. I had a big burrito for lunch and I'm contemplating just not having dinner. But the food is delicious. The blue bean or the red bean? Oh my gosh. This looks very well thought out. Thank you. Thank you. This is slide 4 of a current 5 slides. We're currently designing the start bit. This is the escaping the lab scene, right? Before we go into design A or design B, which are going to be the 2 branching paths of the visual novel. We've got a basic outline of kind of like some notes on what we wanna have, and now we're doing the storyboard, and we've also got like an asset list that's on there, and then this is like describing what happens after the lab escape section. To kill or not to kill? If you have a back pain relief magic pill, I would take one. Ibuprofen and sleep. That's my only suggestion. If the back pain is because of the computer, buy a back brace. You can get them on Amazon for about, I want to say like $25-30 bucks maybe. Beat them unconscious or kill. Will you be a good bean or a bad bean? Oh, that's pretty good actually. That's pretty good. Oh my god, my voice is starting to go. Shit. I had a feeling that this would happen. I had a feeling that that it would be a little bit difficult because I haven't really been using my voice. I've been kind of resting it the past few days, but here we are. So, so yeah, we can go kill or not kill route. Kill, not kill. What is key? Kill or not kill, and they both lead back to this. So if you go the kill route, what happens? You kill the guys and you walk off like a badass. If you don't kill them, so you should get a reward for not killing them. You should get a reward, which is like an extra little thing that happens. What should the extra little thing be? English. Good. Someone can make a pacifist or genocide for it. Okay, let me just say, outside of the lab escape, there's not really gonna be a lot of killing going on. Once you get into the town proper, it's mostly gonna be hiding, because you don't want to expose yourself as a wanted person, right? You're looking to blend in, kind of thing, that kind of situation. So okay, so you kill him, you walk out. You don't kill him. What do you get? Right? What do you get? You get a neat little a little thing that happens. What is it? Get money in a lead on a place to stay? Exactly, right? So she doesn't kill these guys. They have weapons, right? I'm assuming she disarms them in some way. Let me just make this box a bit bigger so I can write in it. She disarms them. I'm gonna say maybe as she's walking out, or as she's walking past, maybe one of them pulls out like some beans. Also, ow, Jesus Christ, my throat is actually killing me. One of them pulls out. We might actually have to stop stream early if it continues like this, because it feels like I've got razor blades in my throat, basically. One of them pulls out a bag of beans. And offers, and this is like her first exposure to beans. Right, and then we go on to the next bit, which is well, okay, hang on. Are we gonna have her just walk out the front door and then make the choice? Or is there gonna be an extra step to walking out the front door where she has to like dodge like snipers, like lookout snipers? I feel like because it's a laboratory, I don't know if they would have snipers posted. Bean boozle boost. True. I don't know. I don't think. Yeah, I feel like we could have like start design split. I feel like we could have start design split here. Right? So this is the entire sequence for escaping the lab. There's a bunch of story stuff that happens. Maybe a few cameos and stuff. Moment of sad, acquire caller, hallway time. Counter more guards, attack. The choice is not really a choice. And then we start the thing. Sneak out from the walkie patrol. If only. Because it's gonna be described, like, really, this bit could also describe that, right? I know I was aiming to kill you earlier, and I'm really sorry about that, but since you didn't kill me, I guess You can't be that bad, so here's some jelly beans for the road. More or less, yeah. More or less, yeah. Imagine, like, you're sent in to contain a dangerous, lab experiment, and then she doesn't kill you. And you're like, well, I've got some beans. I've got some beans. Alright, so let's save that. Now, let's have a look here at the asset list for this. We're gonna need, okay, so we're gonna need at least one unique scientist. One unique scientist. We're gonna need, maybe the room. Yeah, we got the lab, we got the corridors, we got the exit. That's all we need for this. We're gonna need, like I said, the assets for bodies hitting the floor, beeping. Maybe we need a beans. Beans rattling. I can record that Foley myself. I think that's about it. A lot of sound effects and stuff. Doggo training room where your ball is kept. No, this is not a nice lab. This is not a nice lab. This is an evil lab. An evil lab that's potentially, like, kidnapping people. If the scientist that helps you is a cameo, maybe you could have them be unaware of what's happening and they stumble upon you going somewhere they weren't supposed to. Oh, I kind of like that, actually. I was gonna have them being, like just doing something on a screen, and then the alarm starts going off, like they accidentally press the wrong button or something. But I kind of like that. I'm gonna just add a little note here. Stumbles on the what do you call it? Like the tube room on their way to something else. Oh, yeah. And maybe he unlocks it on purpose. Unlock on purpose. Yeah, I kind of like that. The beans hiding your telekinetic powers. Well, actually, the beans, you can see them here. This is the bean jar, right? So the beans actually, every single bean has a different effect, right? So that's why they're Bean Boozle beans, because you could pull out a really good bean, or maybe like a not so good bean. You know what I mean? Eat the beans for power-ups? Maybe he was just in there like a pharmaceutical division, didn't know this kind of crazy abducting people, turned them into animal hybrids experiment was going on, feels bad about it. Yeah, exactly. See, the thing about having, I would really love to have, well, maybe, okay, hear me out. Maybe this can be its own image, right? Because I want an image for the lab anyway. Maybe I could have an image where these are like silhouettes, right? They're not like fully like realized, actually colored in people. But they're silhouettes that are, it's clear who they are, and that way I can sneak in a couple cameos there too. Right? So let me just run through this again. So we're in stasis. The scientist starts draining the tanks. Helps her up. The guards come. She squares off with the guards. kills them all. Because why wouldn't you? There's like a little moment of sadness where she has to leave her new friend behind. That's where she gets the collar from. Runs through the facility, like sees some other guys, encounters more guards. They have a fight where you actually have the choice this time to kill them or not kill them. If you disarm them, you get a little extra scene with some beans, and then we start the like game proper, because this is just like kind of the introduction. This is the, what do you call it, like the prologue almost, right? Now this is something that I did want to kind of talk about a little bit. New animation style, thank you. No, hang on. Hooks. Yay. So with any video game, you need some hooks, right? Does the scientist live through it? Oh, maybe that's a secret. Maybe that's a secret for the sequel. So it has a dark beginnings, exactly. So what is a hook, right? A hook is something to draw potential players in. A hook is something to keep current players playing. Usually this is in the form of either like super amazing graphics, or gameplay, or story, or sometimes a mixture of all three, or a couple of them, or whatever, right? We need some hooks for this visual novel. One of the hooks is that it's basically a lore video replacement. Right? It's a lore video replacement. And when people see that, right, they're gonna be like, "Ooh, that's interesting, that's new. I wanna have a look," right? Waifus. That is a pretty good hook. We'll put waifus. Especially if I can convince some of my VTubing buddies to do cameos, there's gonna be a lot of waifus. Can you play fetch and pet the doggo and watch Anzu chase her tail? I don't think so. Not in this one. Maybe if we did like a Nintendo style like simulation game. I feel like that would be really cute, but I don't have the programming knowledge to make a game like that. I only have the programming knowledge to make a game like this. So we're kind of limited, right? But I do kind of want to mess around with maybe some unique thing that we can do. Anzu Origins 2, Anzu Puku. God damn it. God damn it. Outfits, a few changes at least. That's true. We're gonna have outfit changes. For Anzu at least. This kind of ties in with the branching paths. Right? Branching paths for A and B. We've also got oh god, what was the debut play along idea where when this comes out, we play it on stream, right? And then chat chooses the route, right? New sense upon complicating a new path. So to do stuff like that, you can do stuff like that. You can, right? It's basically just a check that you do at the start of the game. At the end of the game, you would say, like, give the player variable A or whatever, and then at the start of a new game, it would check for that variable, and if you have it, it would give you whatever bonus or whatever, right? Yeah, I knew what you meant. But the problem with doing that is that it makes it so that suddenly every choice that we have now has to be almost doubled, right? So if we go back to where are we? If we go back to this, right? Let's just do it with this little bit, right? So this is how it would play out normally, but if you have like the New Game Plus mode, suddenly this needs an extra thing, this needs an extra thing, this might actually be two things that also split off into two things. You know what I mean? Because every single one of these little boxes is gonna be like a choice that you make, a gameplay decision, right? Like, quote unquote. Most of them are gonna be in a straight line, except for when they're not in a straight line, and then it can get really complicated, like really fast, with the amount of branching paths. Hang on. That's a box. And then this one comes over here, and then these two join up, and then this one joins up with that one, and then they make another branching path, and then that, you know what I mean? Yeah, it makes it very big, very fast, because basically all that's going to happen, like gameplay wise, in a visual novel, is that you're gonna reach a point and it's gonna say, if you choose this one, then play this. If you choose this one, then play this. If you choose this one, then play this. Right? And then sometimes these will link back up, and sometimes they won't. And this one will go off this way, and this one will go off this way, and you're totally blocked from going down whatever path this is, if you chose the other path. So if you do that once, you've created 2 paths. If you do that another time, you've created 4 paths. If you do that another time, you've created 6 paths, and suddenly you have 6 full, like, game trees that you need to build, essentially. If none of them connect back up to one another, now you have 6 endings from 6 choices. You know what I mean? Well, like, not even true, because that would be, it would be like 3 choices, but you would need 6 endings, because you would need 1 for choice A and 1 for choice B. Assuming that these are only 2 choice options, because you can have more than 2 choices. You can have, like, as many choices as you want, basically, right? So you have, like, 5 choices, and then this choice and this choice link up and make this choice. This choice kind of goes off on its own, doesn't link up to anything. This one can also link up to this one, and then this one goes off on its own as well. But then this one, well, maybe this one doesn't link up to that one, but maybe this one links back up to this one over here, and then they make their own choice. You know what I mean? Like, it can get very complicated. It can get super complicated very fast. So we're trying to keep it simple, stupid. That is the mantra for designing video games. Keep it simple. You can always build on it later. But we're gonna try to keep it fairly simple, which is why there's only one choice in this intro section. And that choice is like an arbitrary one. It doesn't matter which one you choose, it's just fluff. Right? But it's the illusion of choice that is the important thing, right? We could even have that, like a similar thing happen here, right? Where instead of killing these guards, maybe she has the choice to kill or not kill them, and then something else happens, right? So if you kill them, let me think. If you kill the guards, maybe the scientist is scared of you now, right? And maybe he doesn't give you the collar, right? because he's scared of you. Maybe you have to take the collar, like from a nearby desk or something, and he doesn't give it to you. Whereas if you don't kill them, if you just incapacitate them, then he's not scared of you because he's like, oh, I'm doing the right thing by letting you go. Here, have this collar. Actually, let's do that. Let's do that. We're gonna do the same. I'm just gonna put a big star here. And we'll go kill or not kill. And then I'll put the star here to let me know that this is the same as that. But we need a different reward. I'm sorry. I've just told you what the reward is. So K equals scientist scared NK equals scientist friend give collar take collar. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so we've just written in, because these are arbitrary choices and they don't actually affect the greater path of the game, we can have as many of those kinds of choices as we want. You love the storyboarding design process? Oh, I'm glad. I wasn't sure like how well it would go over because the drawings are really simple. But I think it's important for kind of fleshing this stuff out. 100%. If you're trying to plan something, just try to storyboard it. You don't have to be good at drawing. If you can draw where is it? If you can draw three circles in a doorway with some L's. These are soldiers with guns, by the way. This is the perfect storyboard. You don't need to be an artist to do this, okay? But it's very good for fleshing out what it is that you want to do. So, I think, let me see. Aside from actually writing stuff, I think that's all we can do before this split. But we can maybe do some split stuff. Because all these notes that I have about like the powers and stuff, that's gonna come into the writing, which will be like this, right? It's the next step to this. I'm getting real hungry. Oh, it's like 10 p.m. It's like 10:30. Ah, choices. Choices. Okay, so as you start stuff in the lab clothing, we need at least one unique scientist. Right? Because don't forget, okay, I can come down here and make a new split off thing. For the most part of the game chat, it's gonna look like this. Right? We're gonna have Anzu probably on this side. Doesn't have to be on this side, but like whatever. We're gonna have Anzu. We're gonna have the text box with like Anzu. And well, we can put Anzu on this side. Get out of here, fake Anzu. Give me those ears back. You're not Anzu. You're whoever. This is Anzu over here. Alright, we're gonna have Anzu. He's gonna be, you know, doing a pose of some sort with like a tail coming up and like whatever. Right? And we're gonna have her like talking to somebody who's on the other side of the screen. Right? And then in the background there's gonna be like a background, right? You're not going to see anything in this background. It's going to be a static image. The entirety of the game is the text for the most part, right? This is what the game is going to look like. It's going to look like a visual novel. And then, actually, I can probably just take this and do, no, do like that. Right? And then when you have a choice, it's going to get rid of the characters on the side, get rid of the name tags, and it's going to say, what do you want to do? Get out of here, name tag. Right? The background is still going to be there. Right? It's going to say, what do you want to do? Question mark. And then it's going to have like option A, option B, option C. Maybe the background is like kind of darkened for this bit. And maybe, well, actually, maybe this text box comes up into the middle. Right? So it's actually like up here now. Okay. What if it does that and the back is darkened? Whoa. Whoa, design choices. Right? Make your choice, chat. Your choices matter. Sometimes they do. Sometimes. Not always. You could do a character dress up doggo game too. I feel like that's a different project. Right? Can you imagine if there was a segment where you met a clone of yourself because science experiment? Ugh. GB answer is your decision angle. Wait, what? Oh, wait, no, you mean like the angel? Like the angel on your shoulder? That would be pretty good actually. Yes. Yes. Let me see. I'm thinking, do we need a separate music for like the downtime? Right? So like here, like here, like here. I don't think so. I think we can just like reduce the volume of the music and it will be okay. So like maybe there's no music in this front bit and it's just like, oh, we need like bubble sound effects. That's something that we need. Bubble SFX for pods. Because that can basically be the background noise for here. No music, just bubble sound effects. You know, the stuff that you would expect to hear floating around in a tank. Do you want people as Easter eggs in the tank? I do. I'm thinking about getting this. I was talking about earlier. Making this an actual image instead of like a background situation. Having this as an actual image and then having these as like silhouettes. So that even though then they don't have speaking parts, they can still be cameos. I think that would be pretty cool. Most of the cameos will be speaking parts. Most of the cameos will be NPCs that you interact with, stuff like that. The floating torso, but my legs and arms are missing. Oh my god, Pisani! You would actually make a really good silhouette, actually. Even if it was like bits and pieces, right? I'm doing this one because the other one's kind of curled up, right? If it was like bits and pieces of like the gem golem crack situation, you could even have you like cracked in half or something, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. Because I feel like this is a really good spot because up until like probably here, like probably this one. It's gonna be narrator talking. It's not gonna be this layout where there's like a person on either side talking. It's gonna be like just the chat box with like narrator as the name tag, right? Or like without a name tag, rather. So like more like how I had it before, where like this box was at the bottom and without the options. They stole them. They're like slowly piecing you back together in the pod. Plot twist, all the pods have a different Anzu. Each pod leads to a different path you follow. You never follow the same Anzu. Oh my god. No, there's only one Anzu, okay? There's only one. They're definitely running some strange experiments in here. Kind of feels like Hydra's behind this. It's kind of a generic evil corporation situation, unless we come up with something cooler, basically. Just use the tails and ears to show the silhouettes. Yeah. Exactly. But like I would want the cameos to be recognizable, right? And the one thing is that like if somebody's in here, then they can't be a speaking NPC, right? Because they're in the pod. That's where they're at. I don't know if you saw Fisani. This one, right? So there's gonna be 2 branching paths after the escaping the lab scene, and design A is gonna be the canon ending, right? This is the 2.0 design. But like this bit here is where most of the cameos are gonna be, and they're gonna be speaking parts. They're gonna be like actual interactions. Yeah. So of course, like there can still be like written cameos in that, like maybe she sees someone on the street and they look a certain way, and it's very clear that I'm describing a certain VTuber, right? So like for example, if the cameo was gonna be like Shy Lily, right? Then the background character would be described as like, oh, she was dressed in a sailor uniform, and she looked like an orca, and she had like a tail, and like all this kind of stuff, right? Whereas the speaking part cameo will be like they actually have a let me see. They actually have like a quote unquote model on the screen. Like they actually have it like an art piece, right? An art character. And probably multiple expressions, maybe. It depends. It depends on how in-depth their interactions are. It might just be that they have one. How would you do the void thought? What do you mean? What kind of void? What are we talking about? Let me think. Lab clothing, soldiers. The soldiers are just gonna be generic soldiers. They're probably gonna have some kind of visor on so that I don't have to make them unique. Okay, hang on. Lab, and then I want another one which is like the lab but with silhouettes. Maybe there's like a before and after of that particular image. This one here. Or is like there's people in there, and then like maybe the next one is that Anzu's like not in there, and it can still be used as the background image. Because well, usually there's not people in the background in visual novels, but I feel like we could get away with it for a little bit when we're still in that room. Lab with silhouettes. How do you spell silhouette? Is it 2? Silhouette. It could be, right? I don't know about this L, though. So just generic SWAT guys? Yeah, basically. Basically, yeah. Void industry choice for health and nutrition. Huh? Also, what? How are ads incoming in 5 minutes again? Didn't I just get up? I feel like I just got up for ads like 5 minutes ago. Oh my goodness. Oh my damn. This is fine. Right. Do we have any gameplay hooks? This is the question. I kind of feel like for the most part the answer is no. Oh, enjoy your food, Pisani. Minigame? Yeah. I feel like... Let's just put minigame, question mark. Minigame? Minigame. I don't feel like overall we should have a lot of, what do you call it? A lot of gameplay hooks, right? So for example, the other visual novel that I was building before I became a VTuber, it had, like a time system, right? Think of like a Majora's Mask style time system where as you progress through the game, time would pass and people were doing certain things at certain times of day on certain days, right? So like think you would have like a week, right, in game time. And on Monday at 7 p.m. person A would be doing thing A. And if you went to place A, you could run into them doing that. This visual novel is not going to have that because that is a lot of work. It's very in depth. And we're not doing that. Persona. Yeah, it was kind of like a Persona style system, but for a visual novel. Ad break starts in 3 minutes, by the way. I might run and get some food this ad break. That's why I might do this ad break. I'll run and get some food. Yeah, and you could make friends, and there was stats that you had to keep up and all that kind of stuff. We're not doing something like that. This is a very small visual novel. This is very like condensed experience, right? Short lore game. Exactly. That's what we're doing here. But I still feel like there's a way that we can kind of maneuver around. We can have like an interesting thing, right? Hi Lux, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. How you feeling today? Better. I didn't realize though, like my throat is killing me. my throat is doing a heckin' doozy. I haven't spoken a lot in the past week, and it shows. Do we date the pigeons or do we drive them off by excessive barking? We definitely drive them off with excessive barking. If you have any tea, try some with a tad of honey. Yeah, I had some earlier, which was good. It was fine. Unfortunately, though, it like it kind of I feel like it didn't really help much. No pigeons dating. Woof woof woof. Exactly. Exactly. I don't know what kind of we could have. I'm starting to think now about the beans. I'm starting to think about the okay, hang on, chat. Oh, okay, hang on. But that that makes it so like volatile. Yeah, I don't mind that idea, sci-fi, but that would require a lot more coding on my part. I'm thinking, hear me out. Beans D20 system? Question mark. So some choices, not all choices, but some choices allow the option to eat a bean. And if you eat a bean, it will roll a d20, right? And that particular choice will have like a short description, right? Either there, basically there's like 10 good and 10 bad. I'm running out of space. 10 good and 10 bad outcomes that come from the d20. And so basically the tech tree goes like this, right? The choice is here and it branches off into good or bad, right? It doesn't matter, like, and then this might happen. It might link back up down here, right? No, the ads are on. Shit. But basically, it doesn't, there's not 20 branches, right? You roll the d20, but there's not 20 branches. There's actually only 2. But each one has like a different, like, quote unquote outcome, right? You know what I mean? Thank you for the lurk, Lucky. If there's not a moment where we struggle against our instincts to bite the mailman, what are we doing? We should have a mailman biting scene. We should, absolutely. What was I gonna say? So yeah, so some of these choices, right, that are the same choices as this. It's the same as this, but basically the choice would allow us to you're gonna do a stretch. To roll a d20 and then get a bunch of like little scenarios. So like, for example, one of the good ones might be that it gives us like boosted confidence, right? And we're able to just like walk past the bouncer. Another one might be that we eat the bean and it starts turning our hair like a bunch of different colors, and then everybody's like so amazed that the bouncer just lets us in. A bad option might be that we eat the bean and it makes us immediately so stinky that the bouncer's like, no, you can't come in, right? And then we have to fight him. Or we eat the bean and it makes one of our arms grow enormously big and everybody is so freaked out that they like scatter and the bouncer like walks up to fight us, right? So like the only real options is either getting in past the bouncer or having to fight him, but it just like it feels very random what happens with the bean, right? Ammo, the good end should be locked behind having collected enough beans, so your anti-mailman bloodlust does not boil over. Oh my god. Holy shit. I do like that. I don't know how you would collect beans though in a visual novel, right? I don't know. Doggo training tutorial minigame for playing fetch. Oh my god. Small virtual FPS sim? What? It's so out of scope. What are you talking about? Also, wow, you guys made me miss the ad break. You guys made me miss the ad break. Boo. Hang on. I should go and Hi, Advan. Thank you for the head pats. I should go and grab some toast though. I won't forget to drink some water. I'm gonna do that right now. Most of the visual novels I know of are weird trading / fest quests where you have to get obscure nonsense in order to get the good end. Yeah, this one's not gonna be that long, right? The good end versus bad end is more of like the canon end versus the like the quirky fun end, right? We're bad beats. Not always, not always. I'm eating too and watching you. Oh, thank you, thank you. Alright, I'm gonna leave this up on the screen while I go grab a snack real quick. Okay? Be right back. Beep boop. Beep boop, I'm back. Love seeing game development, practicing good planning. You gotta have good planning. If you don't have good planning, what are you doing? If you don't have good planning, oh my goodness, you are ruined. You're off the rails, boy. What is happening? Welcome back. Thank you. Welcome back to you guys too. The projects have been. I know. My husband is currently on one of those projects. I won't say too much, but I will say, they set a date for the, like, demo. And then they were like, actually, this is gonna be the launch date. And everybody on the team's like, what? What? Huh? Needless to say that launch date is being pushed back. Cause it started coming and they're like, this game ain't ready. Exactly. I know. Imagine. That was my experience too in the past. I know, like, what is up with that? That's crazy to me. That's even crazier than that time the entire design team was all fired on the same day. No warning, no goodbyes. Bye, guys. Like 6 people. Pop. Gone. Why? I don't know. So focus on launch and anything else. I know. It's crazy. They don't even consider that this shit takes time. It's crazy. I have toast, by the way. Yeah, it's gotta cook. Also, hi Ornix, how you doing? Welcome in. Rush development is the devil. It's the devil, mama. Toast is very good. Can confirm. Chicken noodle soup. Oh, that would actually be really good right now because my throat hurts. Okay, so what I wanted to talk about next was the next time we do a game dev stream, right? So it probably won't be next stream. Next stream will probably be playing video game, not making video game. But the next time we do a game dev stream, it's gonna be, I feel like, mostly Ren'Py focused. Imagine playing video game. I know, right? I know. I'm gonna try, I think, to have a draft of the script. Oh. Hi, Donata, welcome in. I'm gonna buy this doggo. Looks like a lot of work. Huh? Imagine playing video game. I know, right? I know. Thank you for the head pats. So yeah, next game dev stream that we do is probably gonna be a lot of Ren'Py. I'm gonna try to have the script done, well, like the draft done anyway, so that we can just import a lot of the text and not be writing it on the fly. We might rewrite some of it on the fly. And we can do this right now. We don't need permission to start doing this. We can do illustration. I feel like 3000 by 3000 is enough. We can start doing concept sketches for some of the people. Yeah, let me eat this toast real fast. Actually, let me come over to the just chatting screen for a second, and I'll do something sneaky. Hang on. let me stay in the corner though. Alright, toast is being eaten. Now let me do one of these. Is this the correct pen? I feel like it is. Do one of these, and then one of those, and then... Oh, man. What am I doing? I need a ruler down the middle. That's what I need. One of these, one of those... One of these. I'm essentially just like tracing the outline of the 2.0 stance so that we can just basically start filling in 1, 2, 3. We can start filling in design stuff. Where is... Wait a minute. Where is this? This is not what I want, but... Because I need... Where is she? This is what I need, more or less. Print screen it. Drag it in here. Oh god, please... Ugh. Well, yeah, that'll about do it. I just need the proportions for these arms. And also probably that would help. Okay. Control A, Control C. Create new from clipboard. Why does it not want to bring the ruler? Come on, man. I want to bring the ruler. There we go. Why you like this? There we go. And then I can close this. Do not save. Close this. Do not save. Close that. Do not save. Okay, and now we can go back to the Discord scene. Ba-ba. Anzu must resist training command implanted into her subconscious. Oh no. Oh no. You don't want that. Alright. We can... I mean, this still kind of counts as game dev, right? Anzu stays in her corner, huh? Huh? The idea of Fasani with no arm or legs is stuck in my head. I mean, her current model has, like the broken leg situation, right? Hi, Fasani. Hi. Yeah, they were talking about your broken limbs. I think if we did like a full body situation, we're designing the swimsuit, the tank swimsuit. I feel like it's a mid-thigh kind of situation. It is 11 p.m. It is cool. It's very cool. Twitch mobile board? No. Twitch mobile why? I actually had that problem the other night. I was trying to watch a stream like in bed. Oh my god. And it kept disconnecting like every couple of minutes, and it was such a pain because I would have to like exit out of the app. I couldn't even like refresh it. I had to exit out and then like come back in. And I was like, man, I just want to like watch people. Can I please just like watch people on this Twitch.tv app? I feel like I've seen this suit somewhere. I feel like can we do like a line that goes down this way and then like off to the side? And this is different to one of these. This is like a panel thing, right? This is like a darkened piece of fabric, but the other thing is like just a line. And it would also have a line that comes like this and then comes off like that. Cyber enhance would be different enough for copyright or brand IP. I mean, we never want a brand IP copyright. What do you call it? Infringe. We never want to infringe, right? Kind of looks like something from Portal. Oh, I guess so. Does she have she has like her sleeves rolled up though. She has like a jumpsuit situation. This is a bodysuit situation. This is more of a plug suit situation, I guess. Let's make this collar bit like that, and then make kind of down to maybe like here, like a zipper situation. Right. And then panel lining also reminds you of Deadpool. Yeah. Hang on. Let me bring up Deadpool actually. Deadpool, like costume outfit thing. Yeah, because he's got like leather pieces, I guess. Yeah. I feel like that's fairly common on superheroes, is just to have like blacked out portions of the whatever. Can I do like one in here too? Ooh, I kind of, hang on. Yes. Okay. Cooking. We don't want the suit to be too complex in that like I don't want to have like a bunch of wires and stuff coming out of it. Obviously she doesn't need shoes. She's in a tank, right? The suit is mainly for modesty reasons. Feels like a generic scuba suit. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what it's supposed to feel like. Because it doesn't serve a purpose. It's more just like it is. That's too many lines. Excessive panel lining and detail to make it supposedly more realistic. Yeah. I'm gonna have like a little plug situation down here. What for? Don't know. Put one there, put one like here maybe. What? What? Fisani, what? Looks like a little face? What are you talking about? Oh my god. Hang on. Hi, everybody. Oh god, I'm dying. Fisani, that's your fault. Okay, I'm gonna have to move these now. That can't be there. Okay, fine. Oh my god. It's funny. You're funny. You're funny. Oh my god. Well. God dang it. God dang it, you guys. He's just a little guy. Alright. Let's flatten this down into one. Well, no, not one layer. That into one layer. We'll call this tank suit. Because we can do a little bit of character design here. So, Anzu has 2 different outfits, right? That she's gonna use. Obviously, the design A, design B gameplay split is like indicative of these 2 outfits. But should there be extra ones? Is what I'm saying. Should there be the potential for like another, maybe like a secret outfit that you get if you make a certain choice? Or maybe as just like a byproduct. Ooh, a byproduct of the D20 bean roll. Let's save this file, by the way. Save it, call it... Well, first of all, put it in the correct folder. Where did I put Untitled Anzu Game? There we go. Outfit designs. Right, so we were talking back over here. We were talking about the beans D20 system, right? Where some choices would allow you to choose a bean that would it would give you one of 20 options, right? Whichever one you roll, but really it's just like a good or a bad. It's not actually 20 different options. It's actually 2 options, but you get 20 different like text-based outcomes. What if one of these made you change outfits? Not for the rest of the game, but like as a temporary buff, right? That would unironically make a good superhero suit for you. Thank you. Given that she's on the run, I could picture finding a really baggy hoodie and having a hood over the head to try and hide. That's also true. We could also do that. She shot down the hoodie? What do you mean? I have no memory of this. Will she wear Crocs? Oh my god. For those of you who don't know, by the way, I own a pair of Crocs IRL now. You said no? Well, I mean, the 2.0 has a hoodie, right? You can see up here in the corner, right? 2.0 has a hoodie. Okay. The good end is also locked behind acquiring the Crocs. Oh my god. If we get enough time, I will make an ending. I will make a Croc ending. Okay, that can be that can be a stretch goal. A hoodie that shows the midriff innovation. I know. You can be both hot and cold at the same time. You can be both delightfully warm and also freezing. The cyber enhanced Croc of Parrot. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. Okay, so this, the 2.0 is basically, that's the idle outfit, right? That is the, if I go back in here. Is it this? No. Sorry, I'm losing myself in these. Here, right? That is the idle outfit, right? Well, I guess really it's like here, but in theory it's like mid of the game, right? If not like here at the beginning, like it's given to her somehow. I don't know yet. But we could have a an on the run hoodie concept, right? Where it's like super baggy. I mean other hoodie's super baggy, but this one's super baggy in like a slightly different way. Like that, right? Super baggy. It's like not even form-fitting. She wears it like a dress. I have hoodies that I wear like this, by the way. My Merp hoodie is kind of like this. I bought like a large. It's way too big, but it is still cute. And I just wear it inside. Right? So because this thing's so big, it like comes down over the eyes. Right? Kind of like this. And like the arms go like this because they're so ill form fitting. Right? There's like the little tiniest sliver of a dress hoodie. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's like when you pull the socks down until they only cover the bottom half of your feet in bed. Yeah. That's what the half hoodie is. And then I feel like this would just be like almost like just dark leggings, right? And by dark leggings, I mean like just really like this is not anything. This is not a design. This is not. It's just black leggings, basically. And then for shoes, I don't know about shoes. Most hoodies are comfortable, hides all assets. Yeah, well, that's what I got currently going on. Not a lot of assetage here. This is not the barest hint of an asset. You know what I mean? We need to be that big. Yoga pants? Yeah, essentially. Yeah. Crocs? Oh my god. Okay. Fine. This can be the Croc outfit. This can be the Croc outfit. God damn it. And she's wearing them in is this sport mode or is the other one sport mode? I don't know which one's which. See, you've gotten what you want now. Oh my goodness. No yippies. Get out of here. Get out of here. Alright, this hoodie's gonna have a thing like that, and it's also gonna have like a weird little frump thing going on because she's actually got dog ears under here, but this is like a hoodie for people, I feel like. So she's got this like weird little bump happening in the hoodie where she's got her ears down, right? Because if she had them up, the hoodie would go like, oh, let me make a new layer. If she had them up, the hoodie would go like this, and it would be very obvious. You know what I mean? So she's got her ears down. She's got her face covered. What kind of design on the hoodie is what I'm thinking. Or is it just like a very basic, like it's not anything. I feel like we could do something a little bit fun with it though. Like she steals a hoodie from somebody. Let me see about bringing this down actually. Because this thing, we want it to be kind of so big that it's like huge. like that, maybe. Or even just like over the hands completely, because that looks kind of cute. Yeah. Yeah, why not? Kind of funny if it said I got the dog in me. It is known. I do got that dog in me. But maybe, oh, maybe this one actually has like a cat on it. Right? Like I'm so undercover that I went for the cat hoodie. And it says like Nyan on the side here. Yeah. And it's got like little cat prints. It's funny because it's ironic. Exactly. The problem is, what would she be doing with her tail? But I guess she would just have it like tucked up inside the hoodie. Because the hoodie is so big that it's like concealing it. Right? 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 I don't know what this is. This is like... something like that, maybe. Minigame has to sneak past the window without being seen. No minigames. If we're gonna be doing... Okay, if we're gonna be doing a minigame, it's going to be something like the roll a d20 thing that can be done without a lot of extra coding. So, for example, to do a minigame where you have to sneak past a window, right? I would have to code like a sprite moving across the screen when a button is pressed, which is not that hard. But then I would have to code a system that will detect if you are in line of sight, right? So let me I'm not saying it's a bad idea, I'm just saying it's out of scope, right? So you'd have like your game screen, you'd have Anzu down here, and then there would be like somebody up here that would have to like detect if you were like here, right? Or it would have to detect if you were like here, right? And I'm not about that life. I'm not that good of a programmer. Minigame rock, paper, scissors, that I could probably do, right? D20 only game. It's not that D20s are the only game that we can do. It's more like it's a simple enough game that it doesn't require a whole bunch of programming. Because essentially what it is, right, is that I will have the choice up here that says like roll D20. Right? And then that will just lead to like yes or no, and then that will lead to, if no, continue on to this thing, and if yes, continue on to that thing, right? I'm not actually rolling a d20. I'm not actually doing like a whole bunch of necessarily the probability stuff. Like what I do have to have it pick a number, right? I just have it pick a number between 1 and 20, basically. Assassin's Creed fan character? Yeah, kind of, almost. Almost. Wearing Crocs, though. Let me collapse this down. You can turn this one back on. Boom, 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 boom. I feel like anything that could just be handled as choices with some randomization could work. Yes. Things with mechanics would be really hard. Yes. That's the issue, right? Is that this very easy, right? When you roll a d20, there's 10 good choices and 10 bad choices. It has to pick one at random. That's easy, right? If I was to make this like, oh, an actual D20 appears on the screen and has to do like a little tumble, and then whatever one the tumble lands on, then that is the number that it has to return, and then that picks that picks the thing that happens, and then when that thing happens, there's like a whole bunch of math that needs to be done for your like probability for whether or not you actually like succeed at doing the thing. Like, okay, that's too complicated, right? This is just, if you get to this certain choice, it will ask you if you want to do the bean roll. If you say that you want to do the bean roll instead of like the other choice, or other choices rather, then it will, okay, basically, here's how it's gonna play out. I'll do a little example over here. Right? You come into, this is your bean choice, right? We've got the good choice, the bad choice, and the bean choice, right? If you choose the good choice, you get this outcome. If you choose the bad choice, you get that outcome. I'm using good and bad. It's more like A and B, right? If you choose the good choice, you get this outcome. If you choose the bad choice, you get this one. If you choose the bean, it will roll a number for you, right? And that number will either give you one of 10 good choices or one of 10 bad choices, which will then lead back here. You know what I mean? So again, it's the illusion of choice. However, the flavor is in this bit here, because this bit will essentially there's like 20 different outcomes, quote unquote, even though those outcomes are essentially the same thing, right? There's a character with a hidden foot blade. Do your Crocs have a hidden blade? No! They're just regular Crocs. God damn it. God damn it. So what I'm saying is the 20 choices here are just like a one paragraph, like X happens and then Y happens and then Z happens, right? There's no extra art assets involved. There's no extra anything. I don't have to move anything. I don't have to check anything. I don't have to like return any variables, really. It's mostly just extra flavor text, right? Right? This is that. This is that. And so that kind of thing we can do really easily, because it's only essentially it's additional writing. There's no extra art, there's no extra sound. Well, there might be extra sound, but there's not a whole lot of extra work asset wise that has to go into it. If this was to be like, there's actually like 20 different things that can happen, which lead to 20 different outcomes down here, which then all interact with each other and loop back around. And if you get the wrong one, then this person hates you. And then if you get the right one, this other person loves you. No worries, Advent, thank you for hanging out. Then that would be really difficult and intense and like a lot of work. But we're trying to keep it simple. Trying to keep it simple, stupid. Right? So we keep it nice and simple. Some other things that we could do is like, let me think. Like having a react a certain way if we choose a certain option. Yes, exactly, Advent. The KISS principle. Very important in game design. Super important, because otherwise you're not gonna make a good game. My teacher's favorite line, mine too. I feel like game design teachers love the KISS principle, because game design students always want to build big. They always want to make like a AAA game, and we're always like, don't do that. You got 60 people? You got 400 people? No, shut up then. Keep it simple, stupid. Right? Like, these are all the assets that we need just for that one opening sequence. Right? We're not even in the game proper. This is just for like the tutorial. Right? What if asteroids but with graphics? See, that's simple. You can do that. You can do that. Grunts use it too. Does not surprise me. Does not surprise me at all. Alright, let's see. Let's see. Anything else that we need to wrap up in this particular segment? I don't think so. I think we're pretty good. I think we're pretty good. Because I can write out that for next time. We've got most of these things. We still need to decide some of these things, right? Where it's like, is she a dog that got turned into a human? Thank you for the posture check. Hi, Sponge. Is she a dog that got turned into a human that got turned into a dog, or some kind of natural dog-girl hybrid? We need to answer the questions about the lab and stuff, but maybe that will just come naturally. What's going on? I thought Anzu was just Anzu. We're making, instead of doing a lore video, we're making a lore video game. We're making a lore visual novel. So these are questions that we need. You have lore? I will do. I will. Once this visual novel is complete. Free video game. Whoa. Whoa. Anzu Lore game. Whoa. Seavoid is a good name for an evil company. I think at the moment I'm just gonna keep them nameless. Because I feel like if we go too far into it, it might be going too far into it. Yoshikami, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. I do apologize. I'm literally losing my voice. I'm gonna be in trouble tomorrow if I lose my voice. Ichika... Wait. Ichika Hirori? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You're officially a good bean. Free video game for Anzu Lore. I have to buy a book for my lore. Yeah, exactly. Where are we? I think. Yeah, I like the idea of this D20 bean system as a hook. I think that works really well because it's simple enough that we can just do it. And it's also kind of unique enough that it stands out. Lore game, nice. Yeah. We only need that music. We do need a bunch of like font and effects and stuff. But a lot of that will come later. It'll definitely give the people who like gambling a kick. Well, yeah, it also offers replayability as well, which I think is really important for a game like this, especially because it is free, and we will also be playing it on stream. So like, when the idea, right, is that we play it on stream and you guys make the choices. I'll do a poll, maybe like a 1 or 2 minute poll every time there's a choice to be made. And you guys will make the choices, right? But like you yourself personally might not get the choice that you want, just because chat might vote the other way, right? So the idea is that the Bean 20 the Bean 20 system allows for a little bit of replayability, even if you do get all of the choices that you would have chosen when we're playing it in stream. You know what I mean? Like, there's still a reason for you to go and download it and see what happens, right? Oh, the other thing that we have to plan for that should be... it's not really an asset. It's not really an asset. It's more of a gameplay thing. Hang on. This is more of a lore slide. We don't really have one for gameplay stuff. I'm just gonna put it here. I'll call this one gameplay. We need to plan for a save system. We need to plan for a like a skip through to next choice / return. Sorry, my handwriting's like fumbling because I'm weirdly leaning over the microphone. Return to like certain choice with like other choices made. I don't know how else to explain that. Other choices made. System. We need to plan for like New Game Plus, basically, if there's going to be anything that ties into New Game Plus, like Easter eggs or whatever. Easter eggs. Can the game bean boozle us? Yeah, kinda. That's kind of what the Bean 20 system is. The game can kind of bean boozle you. Speedrun? Okay, well, like, I don't know how to explain this. Hang on. Let me see if I can grab a visual novel map. Oh, sorry. Visual novel tree. Give me a really in-depth one. Oh, he's the one for Katawa Shoujo. Alright, cool. I'm gonna copy this into a new thingy. Alright, guys. Okay, this is the... You can't see the text on it, obviously, because it's so small. But this is the visual novel tree for Katawa Shoujo. Right? Which, if you don't know, is the visual novel made by, I believe, a team that was either founded on 4chan or there's something to do with 4chan. It's been like 15 years, okay? Just try getting rid of idea. Exactly. So these are all the steps, let's say, in the game, right? As you can see here, right? I'm gonna choose like a red to do this. So it starts off here, and it goes through. Nothing happens. Ads are incoming in 5 minutes again. Jesus. There were 4 channels, yes. Yeah, I don't know if they continued it with the assistance of other 4chaners, or if they just found each other on 4chan and then just kind of like went off and made the game. Fan-made game? No, it's an original game. It's just made by 4chaners. A lot of it is very sweet, actually. Very, very heart-wrenching. They eventually split off into sites specific for it. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So, hang on. Boop, boop, boop. Down here. So, okay, so what I wanted to explain was, so here, right, you can see if you choose the bad thing here, right, these blue boxes, this is what I'm assuming that these blue boxes are like dead ends. This one's not, obviously, because it comes back around. But I don't know what their color code system is for, right? But these ones, at least this one, right? Probably, I don't know about that one actually. That one kind of looks like it has a mark on it. But there, you got like these dead ends, right? But imagine you come all the way down like here, right? This is obviously a path and an ending, right? But imagine you come all the way down to like here, and then there's like a dead end, right? You don't want to have to replay through all of this. You don't want to have to go, oh my god, I'm just gonna like choose all the things that I chose before to make sure that I get all the flags, right? That's what they're called. Because sometimes when you go and do a thing, it gives you a flag. It gives you a little check mark that says, I've done this. And then when you get down here, maybe you have extra options because you've done this. Right? Whereas if you went a different route and you didn't get that flag, when you come down here, that option is going to be grayed out. You're not going to be able to choose it. Right? So, like, you pick up an apple here. I'm going to snooze these ads. You pick up an apple here, and then down here, you can give that apple to somebody. But you can't do that if you never picked up the apple. Right? I don't mind doing stuff like that, by the way, but it does get complicated very fast. Right? So assume that you don't want to play all the way through this and get all the flags that you got before and then eventually come back down here and then make the correct choice. Right? What you want to be able to do is say, okay, please skip me to this part of the game with these flags, please. Right? And then it will just go down to where you need it to be. You can hear me losing my voice live on stream. This is great. I have a meeting tomorrow with a doctor for my kids' ADHD. And I'm gonna lose my voice, and then I'm gonna be there like, hello, hi, sorry. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. It's just silly. It's just silly. Kind of a fan game of like an otamake drawn in indulgent. Yeah, kinda. At the time I was expecting it to be heinous, and then it just turned out to be weirdly wholesome and melancholy. Yeah. I think that's, most people were like that. It was just added to Steam in August this year. Really? Oh yeah, that makes sense actually. That makes sense. All the blue ones on that top section are +1 towards going to the left side. Yellow are +1 towards the right side. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, so all of these are literal flags. And then I guess it's down here that it splits off. Right? Because you like all of these blue ones must be for this tree. Right? And the yellow ones are like this, right? And then like this person you only meet here. This person you only meet at that point in the game. It's kind of a little bit weird that, well, I guess, kind of, but not really. I was gonna say, it's a little bit weird that, like, these are such locked-in chunks of the tree, but not really. Not really. By the way, chat, this is for Katawa Shoujo. This is for a game that had multiple people working on it. Our game is just mostly gonna be me. and whoever, like maybe some other volunteers. So our game is more gonna be just like this bit. It's mostly gonna be like maybe that, right? It's not gonna be like, it's not gonna look like this. The orange flags get you to a choice that either go down purple or yellow. Ah, okay. Oh, okay. And then there's a green one up here and green ones here and whatever. Red is kind of all on its own though. Whose tree is the red tree? I mean, I can guess, but it's been like literally like 15 years since I last played it. Yeah, our game is gonna mostly look like this without any of this stuff. It's gonna be very, very simplified. Very small. Might even be less than this, actually. Might look more like just this top bit kind of situation. Rin is red. Oh, okay. Yeah, she's definitely all on her. Wow. Wow. Interactive lore video, like? Yes. Yes. This is gonna be, basically, it's gonna be a lore video, but with choices and with multiple endings. Is basically how it's gonna be. The second branch, I haven't put a lot of thought into how it's going to go. I'm focusing mostly on the main branch at the moment. Which, like, I feel like if we only get the main branch going, we can still kind of write the off branch into it, and it'll be fine. Right? So, if we go back to this. Go back to this, go back to this, right? If we only get design A branch done, we can still kind of write design B branch into like this kind of area down here somewhere, and then just have it split off and have it at a different ending there instead of having it so far back, right? I feel like that's gonna be fine. Let me run these ads real quick. Well, they don't start for another 2 minutes, but when the ads run, don't panic. I'm gonna take a short break, give my voice a little bit of a rest. Maybe make some more tea. I feel like that's a good plan. No, Tiff, no panic. You don't even need to panic. You got a sub. What's the timeline you put on this project? I'm gonna aim for roughly 6 months. Maybe 8 months. 8 years? No, not 8 years. No, I would say roughly 6 months. That's also going off of I'm working on my own 2.0 model that is going to be done alongside this. Yeah, basically. But once we do the debut on the 11th, guys, the debut date has been set. Let me bring up the where did I put it? Here. Pork. The debut date has been set. The 11th of the 11th. We are doing the debut. It's gonna be awesome. Very easy to remember. 1111. Right? Get it? It's a dog pun. It's a dog pun because in Japanese, the onomatopoeia for barking is wam. Wam. I'm a genius. 1. Yes, chat. Thank you for humoring me. Thank you for the head pat smurf. I'm so smart. Thank you, Brett, for the good bean. I will have a good bean. I've only got a few left. I've been eating my own stash. This one's like a lemon flavor. That's pretty good, actually. Okay, the ads have started. So I'm gonna BRB. Don't go anywhere, okay, chat? I'll be right back. Hello, chat. I have acquired a cup of tea. Hopefully it's good and will cure what ails me. Hello. Hello. The Ad Shadow Realm. No. You don't get to go though, Press. You have a sub. Is it at 1 o'clock too? No, it is not. It's gonna be at regular stream time on a Monday. Yeah. One. What was I gonna do? I was up there and I was thinking and I was like, oh, I should do this when I come down. Oh, that's what we can do. Hang on. Okay, I guess we can kind of do this here because this is more of an explanation of what the split between design A and design B is, right? So we can put this here. This is gonna be a list of possible volunteer jobs. I'm gonna put jobs in quotation marks because it's not really like a job, it's more like if somebody has the skill to do this and wants to volunteer, they can do it, right? Backgrounds. This is stuff that I have plans to purchase if I do not get any volunteers for it. Backgrounds, UI assets. So like the text box asset, for example. Sound assets, exactly. Not so much the sound effects. Those I can source pretty well. But the music for sure. Because I can't use copyrighted music, chat, and we also, a lot of free music is not for like quote-unquote commercial use. So a lot of free music I can't use either. Let me move this. This plate situation. We might need a narrator for the intro. Maybe. This is a big maybe. They would really have to have the equipment and the voice for it, I feel like. Hi Advent, hello. How are you doing? Break out your kid's recorder? Dude. we do have a recorder in the house. I don't know where it is right now though. But I can proudly say I can play the Australian National Anthem on recorder. I used to do it at assembly in primary school. And I have tested it. Yes, I still can do it. But yeah, little baby Anzu played recorder. I wanted to play piano, but I didn't have access to one. Why does the soundtrack consist of hot cross buns and the Australian anthem? Why indeed? Why indeed? How strange. How strange. Primary school was also last time I played recorder. Yeah, I feel like post primary school, nobody does. And it's also not the kind of instrument that you can like easily transfer into like a band situation. You know what I mean? Maybe it's just me, right? But I feel like you can't play recorder in a band. You can't play recorder in a even in a what do you call it? Like an instrumental setting. Right? Yeah. So what I don't need is I don't need anybody to do any character assets. I can do those. I don't need anybody to do a custom font. I don't need that. I can use a free font for that. That's fine. Someone I knew in high school had recorder sections in their emo band for a while. That's amazing. If you're able to weave that in there, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Not even mad. Also, I'd like to say I'm drinking this tea currently out of a Pepe the Frog mug. It is the Feels Bad Man Pepe. So that's what I'm doing right now. I bought this mug in Russia, by the way, at like a kiosk in the middle of nowhere. It was like literally, it was like on a street, and the kiosk was like this, right, with like a little dome coming out of it, and then there was like a window, and this guy had like just all these like different mugs with like memes and stuff on them, and I was like, can I have that one, please? And he was like, yeah. Yeah, they're actually like really well printed too. I put this through the dishwasher all the time and it does not care, which is amazing, considering it's a mug that cost me like maybe $10. Just imagine Screamer said to intentionally bad recorder. Oh, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. What else? List of possible volunteer jobs. We could use like additional writing. It's possible I could bring someone on who could do like basically all the fluff writing and stuff. Hi, Steamed Arrow, how are you doing? Welcome in. Rare Russian Pepe. Literally rare Russian Pepe. I didn't see anything else with Pepe on it the whole time we were there. I lived there for a year. Didn't see anything else with Pepe on it. I also own a mug that has like a map of Russia and has like the hammer and sickle and the Russian version of USSR written on it, which I bought at a grocery store, which is insane to me. That mug does not like to go through the dishwasher. It's been scuffed up a little bit because it's been in the dishwasher. But the Pepe mug, Pepe does not care. You can beat Pepe up, he does not care. What else? Maybe, oh, actually, like key illustrations. That might be nice. This is all stuff that like I would either have to pay for or have to take longer to do myself otherwise. Are you writing with a mouse? No, I'm writing with a pen. With a pen. Check this out. It's just a guy. Oh no, wait. Hang on. Oh no, wait. It's me. Ha ha ha. I was gonna stop at just the ears, but is fundraising for additional art, sound, music, and voice acting support an option, or is this game going to be mostly all volunteer? Oh, that's a good point, actually. That's a good point. Well, okay, so the game is mostly going to be just me, right? It's mostly going to be just me. The only things out of this list that are super necessary are backgrounds and music. I can kind of do this. This is like, we'll call this optional, right? little spiral for optional. I can do this. I could do this, right? So the only things that I really need to be done by other people are the backgrounds and the sound. Should I put like a throne thing for that? Do you think? I gotta figure out roughly how many things we need. But maybe I can do like, for example, like a backgrounds fund that has but maybe I'll approach the artist and I'll be like, look, this is the project. This is what I want to do. I'm gonna be like coming back and forth for more assets, or maybe just like saving up for X amount of assets and then coming to you and being like, here all at once, right? A, can you do that? And B, like roughly how much would that cost? Because then if I know that, then I can put it, I can like put a dollar value on it, if that makes sense. That might be an idea if people want to help. Because I was just gonna do it by myself. I was just gonna pay for it by myself. But yeah, absolutely. If people want to help, then the artist that I want to use, by the way, I don't know. I can kind of show you some of their stuff. They do beautiful illustrations. Let me. Oh, God damn it! You're forcing my hand here, VGen. Hang on. Wow. So like this is one of their backgrounds, right? Amazing, beautiful stuff. This one's also very cute. Right? This one also very cute. They do great stuff, right? Here. Right? Can we help fund it? That's what I'm saying. I gotta figure out roughly how many background illustrations we need total. And then I can put a thing up. But like what I was thinking, right? Hang on, let me do a little bit of girl math here. So like for example, on Throne you can put like multiple things. So I could say like one background illustration, let's say, is $100, and then I could say it's got 10. We need 10 roughly for the game, right? So this would like be its own separate payout. I'm trying to like both explain and also like try to remember how this works. Each thing of 100 would be its own separate payout, but it would have like 10 in stock, right? That's how that would work, I think. But yeah, absolutely. If people want to help pay, I'm not gonna stop you. I might even have like a special list in the credits, right? So that can actually go in this other planning thing over here, down here in the gameplay. But we can. We're getting very very crowded over here. Let's move these art assets up like that. Okay, and then boop-a-doo. Credits. What would you call like contributors? I don't know. There's probably a better name. Contributors. Any volunteers? Any cameos? Yeah, I feel like that's pretty good. And then like me down in the bottom. Like I'm at the very end of the credits. The credits scroll is it's got credits, and then it's got like contributors, and it lists everybody, and then it goes volunteers and lists everybody, and whatever thing that they volunteered for, and then it goes cameos, and it lists everybody and like which part that they were in. And then just down the bottom in little tiny text it goes me. Oh boy. Yeah. So for a lot of this stuff I can just do it, right? The key metric here is time and money. For things that I do not have the time, I would need the money. For things that I do not have the money, I would need the time, right? Yeah, no worries. I think for the most part, the cameos are going to be other VTubers, just because it is a visual novel, and by proxy of that, the cameos will mostly be either text or art-based, right? And the art-based ones are going to be like actual characters that you interact with and have speaking roles. So there's not really gonna be, it's not gonna be like a comic book, in that there's gonna be like a lot of background characters that are just like art in the background, right? Most of the art in the background is gonna be, it's gonna be like just background. It's just gonna be set dressing and stuff. Definitely looks like a more possible and serious game, having everything planned out. And being able to tell them what you need their help with. Yeah, exactly. A platypus puts on hat. Perry the platypus. A dog puts on features. Anzu the dog. That's me. You could have just my silhouette, and then put like the spots on my hair, and it'll be like, oh, it's Anzu. Yeah, no worries. I don't think. Let me have a look. Yeah. Let's just make a little note down here for what we want for next time, so that I don't forget. Next time I will probably have the basic. Well, actually, show of hands in the chat. Just pop any emote in the chat if you're interested in learning how to use Ren'Py as kind of a side effect of learning how to do this. Because what I was gonna do is like set up the basic Ren'Py game off stream. Ren'Py is the engine that we're gonna be using. I was gonna set up like the basic stuff off stream, and then like also do the first draft of the writing off stream, and then come back for the next game design stream and kind of like put the two together. But if you guys want to learn how to use it, I can probably like set up the game for the first time on stream. Which would involve basically we'd be doing a like kind of you can make a game with me kind of thing, where I would be bringing up the Ren'Py wiki and like using that to kind of guide us through the process, as opposed to like me just doing it. not good at that kind of stuff. You don't have to be good at it. That's the point. That's the point of learning. Being not good at something is just one step behind being sort of good at something, you know? I'm not good at most things that I try. Very rarely do I pick something up and get it perfectly right the first time. And I think that's true for a lot of people, right? I'm only seeing a couple of emails in the chat. So what I might do is I'll set up the game in Ren'Py before the next stream, because basically it's a lot of faffing around and a lot of like, oh, am I doing this correctly? Oh, am I naming this the correct thing? Oh, set a bunch of variables, right? Still trying to get Blender working, but I've run into a bit of a snag. Oh no. Just Blender thinking, I guess. If I have time, I'd love to help. Ooh. What kind of things can you do? Tell me your secrets. So I'll set up the basic game. Basically, it's like assigning like a bunch of variables and whatever, and it takes a bunch of time. That's like not necessarily like interesting or fun or like worth like for entertainment value. Can help with Blender and Photoshop with background. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, if you wanna DM me some of your work, I can have a look and see if it like fits the style that I want to go for. Well, drop the script for we'll call it intro, right? Which is the escape from the what do you call it? Escape from the lab. Air fried hot pockets obtained. Oh, I'm so jealous. Hang on, I gotta sip this tea. My voice is starting to go again. Oh my god. Okay, this okay. This is interesting. I gotta ask this artist. I'm looking at this background artist, and they're saying commercial use is 2 times the price. Commercial use for streaming though is only plus $20. And I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna use it for streaming, but do I still need to purchase the commercial use 2 times the price because it's for a video game, even though the game is gonna be free? You know what I mean? Are you over your cold? Yeah, mostly my voice is just going because I guess I've been resting it for like a week. And I kind of came back a little bit hard. I kind of came in yapping and like drifted. I drifted my voice box when I started yapping too hard. Oopsie doopsie. It's fine. I don't think it counts as commercial if you're not making any money off it. Yeah, that's the thing. Thank you for the head pads. Well, like, it depends, because some people are like, oh, but you're making a product, right? Even if it's free to use, you're still making a product, right? Some other people would be like, yeah, no, it's fine. And some other people would go like, oh, well, if you're raising funds for it, right? Like if we had a backgrounds fund, then sometimes people are like, no, because you've raised funds for it. Like you are technically making a profit off it, even if that profit goes straight back into the product. You know? People can be kind of funny about it. So I always like to ask the artist first. And make sure. Well, that's the thing. I don't want to have to pay double if I don't have to. Right? If they're like, oh no, that's fine, just pay the streaming fee, and then you're good. I'll be like, great, that's awesome. That would actually be really good. That would be great for us, chat, because that means that we could get double the amount of backgrounds. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? We could get double for the amount of money. Send you Photoshop skills on Twitter. Okay, I will have a look. I might need to have a look after stream though. Why do I have 10 notifications? Ayo? 10 notifications on Twitter? What? 8 people like my post. Oh my goodness. What is happening? What is this? Oh my goodness. Spent like 36 hours on? Oh my goodness. Let's go. Here we go. Hang on. You got put into my spam folder. I was like, I'm not seeing them. I have not seen them. Heyo. Hang on. Disable for stock page. Are you doing my heckin' what? These look really nice. Hang on. Oh my god, my browser keeps like resizing it weirdly though. What the heck? I'm not sure that they're exactly the look that we're going for though. No, I found you. It's okay. It's just my browser's being weird. I don't think they're exactly the look that we're going for though, but I do appreciate you letting me see. I always love to see people's work. "20 notifications. You're popular." I certainly feel popular right now. Let me. There was another thing that I was gonna write down here. Set up a basic game, draft the ship for the intro. And then we're gonna put them together on stream. Anzu is the popular. I mean, sometimes maybe. Sometimes maybe. What was the other thing that I was gonna do? Draft in the script, set up the basic game. I don't think we need... I'm not gonna do that. We can do the bean system on stream. Oh, we could probably... I'll put this as a maybe. Make some placeholder assets. I don't know about doing that right now, but we could do that. I could do that for next stream. Answers the appreciated. Thank you. Is this topic going to be a multi-stream endeavor? Yes. Yes. So the plan is that like maybe once a week we do a little game dev stream, right? I cannot taste this tea. This is basically warm water with lemon. Yeah, no worries, press. Don't push it. Don't push it. Don't worry. See, it's just hot leaf juice. Yeah, but I love hot leaf juice. I love hot leaf juice. The idea is that we do one of these streams about once a week-ish, maybe once every 2 weeks. And some of the stuff I prepare off stream, but a lot of the stuff we do on stream. Yeah. And hopefully we can get it sorted out. After stream today, I'm gonna go on Throne and just do some quick girl math and put in. Actually, no. After stream today, I'm gonna contact that background artist and ask if they would be okay doing the backgrounds, and if so, how much would I have to pay for the commercial stuff? Because what we can kind of do, and I think this is really important, is we can kind of break these down into how many backgrounds we think we're gonna need. So for this one, I'm guessing that we're gonna need the city, and maybe wow, Prez, thank you. Oh my goodness. Thank you. I hope you have a good night, huh? I really appreciate it. Where am I? What am I doing? Yeah, have a good one. I hope work goes well. So we need the city. We might need like a storefront. Need a few room backgrounds. Yeah. So this storefront, I think we can use, like, for example, here, like maybe here as well, right? That some of these, like, we can use these throughout all of them, throughout all the rest. So that's fine. We might need like inside a store. Right? We might need backstage at a concert. We might need in an office for this last bit, for the joining the VTubing agency thing. We might need. I'm being generous because I would rather make a long list and then shrink it down than have like a short list and then realize that I don't have enough things. Bye, Press. Hideout or home background in an alleyway. Oh, that's true. We need an alleyway. We need an alleyway. Don't ever apologize for breaking my train of thought. I do that to myself all the time. All the time. Don't even fret. Don't even worry. Main Street or hub location. Yeah, we got. This is kind of what this is, right? Kind of what that is. Yeah, once we kind of flesh that out a little bit more, we'll have a better idea. But I think we can get away with that. So like, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If we say we need roughly 10 for this, plus the, how many did we figure out for the other one? 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 for this. Roughly 10 for that, maybe. Actually, we don't really need this storefront, I'm gonna say, because the city can
The city can basically be a placeholder for like a bunch of stuff. Like a lot. Hi, J-Sizzle, how you doing? The city can be a placeholder for basically anything outside in the city. Like, for example, if you're playing a game that's set in a school, often they will have, like, the classroom, the hallway, outside, right? There's not, like, the classroom and then the hallway and then hallway B and then hallway C and then the entryway and then outside. It's like classroom, hallway, outside, right? So here we're going to have city, which covers anything outside. We're going to have inside a store. We're going to have inside a office. But the outsides of those places can just be the city background, right? We're going to have backstage at a concert because that's going to be like a very specific thing that happens. We're going to have an alleyway, again, because there's going to be probably multiple times that we're going to need an alleyway. So I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we can probably cut this down to like maybe 7 tops. I'm accounting for a couple here that I'm not aware of yet. Yeah. Because I'm assuming as we flesh this out, there might be a couple of other locations that we want. We'd go 8 min. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Like, well, this is like a I don't know number, right? We can do 8, but it's still. Same with this. Like, basically this being its own illustration, right? All of this stuff, this, even this, and this will all be on the same background, right? Essentially, this whole section is all on the same background until we get to hallway time. And then hallway time would move into the hallway background. And then this all happens in the hallway. All of this happens in the hallway, and then this would be the outside. So this is actually 3, not 4. Right? And I know that because we've already mapped it out. That's like a definite 3. We need the lab, we need the hallway, we need outside. That's it. We don't need anything else. Yeah. So next time we're gonna get to the fun bit, right? And we're at the end of next time, our goal is to have a playable game. Which sounds crazy, right? But if I can get these things done in the meantime, then in theory we should be able to get a playable game by the end of next stream. Because all we gotta do is put all the different bits together, right? You just gotta put all the different bits together. Heck yeah. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah. Let me see. I think we've done pretty well. What I might do as well is like export all of these. I'll make a new channel in the Discord for this stuff, and I'll export all of these and dump them in the channel so you guys can look at them whenever you want. Oh my goodness. My throat is not doing well. I think I'm gonna have to leave it here. Let me have a look. Let me see who's on. Let me see who's on. Oh, Pastella is streaming. Haha, let's run over there while she's still while she's still on. Okay, guys. Let me boop-a-doop-boo. Where is it? Where is it? This one. This one. Hello. Hello. Let me scoot over a little bit. Hi. She's streaming. Get her. Exactly. I just wanted to say thank you guys so much for hanging out with me tonight. I really appreciate it. I do apologize about the quality of my voice. I can hear it through my noise canceling headphones that it is very gravelly. I don't usually sound like this. So I do apologize. I have been sick. I hope that you guys have had fun tonight. I hope that you'll join me again next time. Next stream, we're probably going to be playing a video game. It will either be tomorrow or on Monday. Thanks for the head pads. And then later in the week, probably more video game, probably some more game design stuff. Yeah. So, thank you. I will get on that background stuff and kind of see what the dealio is. Because that would be really good. I am going to put the raid messages in the chat. If you don't mind grabbing one. Raid 1 for the subbed. Raid 2 for the unsubbed. Also... Uh-oh. Wait. Why? Why did it time you out? I've untimed you out, but like, why did it time you out? Stream elements, please. Anyway, grab your raid message and let's head on over. Yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me tonight. I really appreciate it, and just by being here, just by lurking, you're literally helping my dreams come true. As always, have a good time. Okay, Pastella is very sweet. Her art is like really colorful and bright and beautiful. So please show her all of your love. And yeah, I'm gonna head on over to the stream ending screen. I will see you guys later. Okay, bye bye.